She's bred quite a few of her own dogs. They all on the farm and go back to Grass Valley, Tamara and Kiwi line. The pigs, they all are all fairly gutsy, hard-headed but natural dogs. And she uses them in her day-to-day work when she's not sheepdog trying. Pip's also got a team of hunterways that she uses on the farm. And she's just sent Fang out. Lovely cast, nice deep cast.
Not really an option to set it up on the other side of the road.
I can just go grab me a Dan, on this camera, when I push up, it goes up.
Wow. Before it was going the opposite, remember? Sheep quite nicely down the ground. Of course, we're looking for those sheep to come down the ground in as straight a line as possible. Nice draw down to the handle at the casting peg.
So this is what you want to do, isn't it?
Yeah.
Not ideal, but I'll put a bit of tape around it, it'll be alright.
Pip and Fang have got those sheep now around the casting peak, as they're now heading down towards the gap. They're just outside the corridor, she's just pulling them back in. The sheep are just ducked out onto her left hand side. They've just got them back on course now as they're heading towards the gap. Pip's now in the set square at the gap. That was very well done there. Great cover. They've gone through the gap. And now they're heading to the New Zealand Drive as they head towards the Maltese Cross. Just got their sheep walking nicely down the middle of that corridor. As they're heading towards the Maltese. Good positioning there from Pip and also from Fang, one on one side and one on the other, which is where you'd ideally like to see them. Of course, Pip's trying not to get in front of that lead sheep. As they've just entered into the free working area at the Maltese Cross. Pip's taken up her side. Nice cover there from both the handler and the dog. Sheep are in the Maltese. We're just looking for them to now flow through the Maltese Cross. They're not quite happy yet. They're still looking at that dog. They're looking to come out the wrong way. No, they've got a good cover. Well done. They've got them through one half of the Maltese Cross. Pip's just sent Fang out to collect them. In the position now on the second half of that Maltese Cross. Of course, in this section, it is a New Zealand section. The handler can assist their dog. They can't touch the sheep, but they can put their arms out and they can help block the sheep, help direct them through the obstacle. But at the end of the day, the dog still needs to do the work. Pip's just covering the exit and they've just gone through the Maltese Cross. They're now back onto the drive section again as they're heading towards the pen. course, the judges are looking to see the flow of these sheep, and they're looking to make sure that the handler doesn't get in front of the lead sheep. They've got their sheep going quite nicely. Pip's just stopped so she doesn't get in front of her sheep. Back in the free working area now at the bottom of the bridge, and those sheep have gone straight up the bridge. That was very well worked there by Pip. Just asking Fang now to push them off, which that's happened. They're now off, and we're now back into the Australian section as Pip will head from the bridge across to the pen. They've got them walking quite nicely in that corridor now, because she doesn't want to leave them too far behind or get them too far in front. Being in an Australian section there where the judges are looking to take points, they need to ideally be within that corridor. Of course, at this level, they're trying to save every point they can. Pip's got them walking nicely as we're heading towards the pen. Pip's now in the set square, and those sheep have walked straight into the pen. Lovely work there. The dog's just going to cover that. Pip's happy that they've settled. She's stepped out and she's closing the gate. Well done. So that was Pip Flower with her little dog, Flower's Fang. We'll have a score for her shortly. Next competitor out today in the second round of the Ted Gaby Interstate Challenge is Mr. Lee Jamison, representing Tasmania, and he'll be working his dog Shenandoah Steele. Lee and Steele last night had a score of 60.5.
So at the peg now, we've got Lee Jamison with Shenandoah Steel. The sheep have been released. We're just waiting for them to be in set position before he sends his dog on a cast. And the timer started and away goes the dog. So we're looking for this dog to get as wide and as deep as possible, and Steele's done that, just about onto the back fence. And so now she'll be just looking to gently introduce the dog to the sheep and just settle them into getting used to having the dog around. Can see the sheep have turned and just having a look at the dog and sizing them up. Trying to decide whether there's a gap for them to get away or whether this dog's got everything under control. And now those sheep are lifted and they begin the draw back towards the peg. From this point, they need to bring those sheep back to the worker in as straight a line as possible. Now we're needing to do that in an imaginary 9-metre corridor. Oh, now that's a lie. So Lee's a very experienced trialer. He's been working sheepdogs for about 32 years and competing. He's been quite successful in representing Tasmania now on 4 previous occasions. He's also qualified for the Australian Test team, but unfortunately was unable to compete because of the COVID cancellations. And up until now, things have been going quite smoothly for Lee and Steele. The sheep are sitting nicely in the corridor, just steadily making their way towards the gap.
We've got some scores in. Jim O'Connell working Fleetwood Paw. From Bill Davidson scored 72. From David Lacey, he scored 75, which gave him an average of 73.5. Pip Flower, working Flowers Fang. She's had a cracking run this morning. Bill Davidson scored her a 93.5. Dave scored her a 92, giving them a total of 92.75.
Some lovely patient work there to hook those sheep through the gap. Now they're set up for their drive towards the Maltese cross. As they make their way over to the Maltese cross, they've got a bit wider corridor, a 15-metre corridor to work those sheep in. The aim here will be for Lee to move the sheep as smoothly as he can without any stops or jitters or hesitations. Just trying to keep them flowing along nicely, while at the same time keeping the sheep out in front of both the worker and the dog. You can see Steele is doing a lovely job just balancing up her side of this drive, and Lee is balanced on the other side. They've taken those sheep and position them beautifully in front of the mouth of the Maltese cross. So now they'll need to take those sheep through the cross two different directions. So we're now through the first side. They have to bring them round to the goalpost end and put them back through a second time. And they've worked them through that Maltese cross really neatly, and they'll begin their drive up now towards the bridge. So the dog out there at the moment is Shenandoah Steele. Steele is a 7-year-old dog. She's been quite successful in Tasmania and has won several trials there. She's had 18 wins in the open class, including the Tasmanian Championship. the slight hesitation there, so they'll want to keep these sheep moving as smoothly as they can up towards the bridge. And ideally they'd like to maintain the same side all the way along. You can see they've just had to cross over there to cover those sheep as they broke outside the corridor. Now they're into the free working area. Lee can help to guide those sheep in towards the mouth of the bridge. Those who were here last night would probably remember that they had a difficult time getting over the bridge, but they've gotten over quite cleanly today and very well worked. And now they head for home. The final stretch now between the bridge and the pen is a typical Australian carry. They've just snuck past the edge of the pen there, so you'll need to rework them back around towards the front and hopefully turn them around and put them away. So those sheep are just positioned right in front of the pen. Just be applying a bit of gentle pressure, hoping that one of them will lead the way. Doesn't want to do anything to cause them to bust up or charge back out, so he's just taking it nice and easily. Still a bit of time up his sleeve, so there's no rush to finish this off. And they're in, and he thinks they're secure. He moves the gate round, and he's shut up. Fantastic run there from Lee. So a great run there from Lee and Shenandoah Steele. And while we wait for their score, we'll get ready for the next competitor. The next person out will be Barry Payton, representing Victoria. And he'll be working his dog, Wercheliba Snowy. So about to enter the arena now, we have Barry Payton representing Victoria. He'll be working his dog, Wirchaliba Snowy. Barry's been trialling for quite a while. He's a very experienced handler. He's been working for 35 years in the trial circuit. Barry has the distinguished honour of having worked a perfect 100 at the national trial in Canberra, which is an incredible achievement. As you can see, Snowy's gone very deep and very wide, and he's right on that back fence. In many ways, the deeper the dog can be, the better it is. It just allows them to just slowly introduce the dog to the sheep and just slowly get them used to the pressure and the presence of the dog. We're just going through the lift, we call the lift, where the dog is applying the first bit of pressure to the sheep and lifting those sheep up towards the worker. And now you can see the sheep have started to turn around and face towards the peg. And from this point, they'll be aiming to keep those sheep within an imaginary 9-metre corridor. And if they move outside of that corridor, 4.5 metres either left or to the right, then they'll start to deduct some points. So this dog is a 6-year-old white border collie. It was bred by Barry's brother, Bill. Those sheep have continued to draw very steadily and very straight towards Barry, and they're just making their way around the peg now. A score in for Lee Jamieson with Shenandoah Steel, a score of 79. Things are continuing quietly and steadily out there for Barry and Snowy. The sheep are just walking nicely within that corridor that's marked out by those cones. So that's a 9 metre corridor that the sheep must stay inside. If they move outside of that, then they'll be considered off course and there'll be some points being taken away. In addition to being inside that corridor, Barry will be aiming to keep those sheep within either 9 metres in front or 9 metres behind. And some lovely gentle work there, and that's got the sheep through the first obstacle, the gap, as they begin to move into the next phase of this course, which is the New Zealand phase. And they'll be setting the sheep up for what we call a drive. And the idea of a drive is that the sheep will be out in front of both the dog and the worker. And the worker and the dog will each take up one side and just gently move the sheep forward. The aim of a drive is to keep it flowing, keep fluency going the whole way through the walk. So we try to avoid any halts or hesitations or any stops along the way. So they're now entering the free working area where Barry can start to take up one side of the obstacle and guide those sheep and help the dog out. We normally wouldn't be able to do that under our Australian rules. So this is a bit of a foreign situation for some of our workers, but it's not so unusual because this is certainly the way we would work at home. It'd be unusual for us to make the dog do all the hard work and us to just sit back and watch. So we'd normally get involved and help them out. And those sheep have gone cleanly through the first side of the Maltese cross. And so now Barry and his dog will be bringing them back around towards the other side and putting them through from the other direction. They've got those sheep moving in through the mouth of the cross now and straight through the other side. And they'll be setting themselves up now for the drive towards the bridge. You'll notice that Barry's able to change his speed. He's able to even stop and just wait for the sheep to move forward. In the Australian course, once we start walking, we have to continue at a steady speed the entire way. We're not allowed to move off our line. We have to walk in a straight line between the obstacles. But in this case, it's perfectly acceptable for the worker to move off the line and to move at whatever pace he considers is the best thing. And I was just about to say things are travelling along nicely and the sheep are just about in the mouth, but one of them decided to bubble around the outside, so Snowy will be bringing those back around to the front of the bridge and they'll reset them and have a go for a second time. Every time the sheep do go past the obstacle or around the obstacle, there will be some points lost because they're considered off course. But as you can see now, they've got them comfortably up into the top of the bridge right now. Snowy's just had to come up to push them off, but they're safely off and they'll begin their walk for home to the pen. So from here on in, we are in an Australian phase of the course. So Barry will have to pick a speed and continue walking at that same speed the whole way. He won't be able to move off his line. And he'll be aiming to keep the sheep within 9 metre square of him either side, either in front or behind and out to his right hand side as he moves them up towards the pen. There's been some lovely delicate work from Snowy throughout this run, and they'll be looking to just keep things nice and calm as they have all the way around as they set them up for the opening of the pen. The sheep are just starting to look into the opening of the pen now. And just with a little bit of pressure from Snowy, they've come in. He'll be looking to settle those sheep and allow them to just sit there nicely before stepping out and trying to shut the gate. And it looks like it's a very well done trial indeed. So well done to Barry and Snowy there. We look forward to getting their score. So the next competitor up will be Tom Joyce representing South Australia with his dog Oakdown Sammy. Tom is a farmer from Malaquina Station on the Eyre Peninsula in South Australia here. This is his 3rd year of trialling, so he's done incredibly well to pick up this game and to compete at a high level so early in his trialling career. Tom's a very experienced stockman, working a large number of sheep on his farm. And he'll be working again later today with his dog Boone in the top 20. So he's had a very successful trial here at the Supremes. Some enthusiastic local support there. Tom's had a really great rise in sheepdog trialling, but interesting to note that his biggest highlight of his trialling career to date has just been seeing the improvement in his dogs in all areas of their work, both here at trials, back home on the farm as well. So now as the dog begins her outrun, she'll be looking to go as wide and as deep as possible, just staying away from the sheep and giving them a chance to just get used to the presence of the dog. A beautiful cast there. And now they'll be looking to just introduce the dog slowly to the sheep. So we have 15 minutes to complete this course, which is usually plenty of time as long as things go right. Of course, when you're working with children and animals, things rarely do go right, but one of the best way to ensure that things stay on track here is to just take it very slowly and just carefully in these early stages, just to allow the sheep to settle in and get used to the presence of the dog. Looking to just convince these sheep that this dog is good enough to outrun them and good enough to block them up, and just convince them that at the end of the day it's not worth arguing, just go whichever way the dog is pointing them. Things going along beautifully here for Sammy, and the sheep are just accepting the dog and making their way up in a nice straight line towards Tom. So Tom and Sammy have got them round the peg, and again they're continuing to do it nice and steadily. Very clean run so far. The sheep's just asking a couple of questions there towards the peg, but so far Sammy's been good enough to answer all those questions and keep those sheep bubbling along nicely. So Tom and Sammy are just setting those sheep in front of the gap there now. Tom's just allowing them to have a look at the opening and they've moved through there nicely. So Tom will make his way through the gap now and they'll set themselves up for their drive towards the Maltese cross. So on this drive they'll be aiming to keep the sheep in front of them the whole way, so the worker will take up one side and the dog will take the other, and they'll stay sort of behind the front shoulder of the front sheep. The aim is to keep them moving as smoothly as possible, trying to avoid any halts or hesitations or stops along the way. These sheep moving beautifully and steadily towards the Maltese cross there now. And they've entered the free working area. In the free working area, Tom is able to support the dog and to move around, to wave his arms, to do anything it takes to help to guide those sheep through this cross. The only thing he can't do is to touch the sheep in any way. And they're cleanly through the first side of the cross. We need to take them through the cross from two different directions. So he's sending Sammy around now to bring them back to the mouth on the other end. And they'll begin to feed them through. The cross can be a little tricky to work because, of course, there's an escape route for the sheep halfway down. And sometimes they choose to take it. But hopefully they'll see the tunnel and run straight through. Moving beautifully through the cross there now, and Sammy and Tom will set themselves up for their drive towards the bridge. So they'll take up one side each, and again the aim will be to keep them flowing just as smoothly as they have around the course so far. It's been basically a textbook drive there from Tom and Sammy as they now set them in front of the mouth of the bridge. They're now back into a free working area, so Tom is allowed to support the dog and just to help to guide them into the mouth of the bridge. Once they're in the mouth, then the dog needs to do the work and apply all the pressure to push them up over the top. And they're up and they're over and they're coming off 1, 2, 3 off the end. And now Tom and Sammy will make their way for home. So here we are back in the Australian part of the course. So Tom will be walking in a straight line at a consistent speed and aiming to bring those sheep up on his right hand side within a 9 metre corridor. He'll also need to keep the sheep up with him the whole way, not more than 9 metres in front or 9 metres behind. You can see that not moving any great rush. There's still plenty of time on the clock. You don't really need to push at a great speed to get around this course in 15 minutes. As long as things just continue to bubble along nicely, there's plenty of time to complete the course. Those sheep are in and Tom's shut the gate. Congratulations, Tom and Sammy. Well done. What a fantastic run. Those who were here last night saw a little bit of heartbreak there at the pen as they ran out on him the first time and took a little bit of convincing to get back in there again. But no such trouble today. What a beautiful run. So we look forward to getting that score in. And while we wait, the next competitor up will be Ken Atherton from representing Western Australia. And he'll be working his dog Ramulam Charlie. So this dog coming up will be one of two Kelpies in the Ted Gaby Interstate Challenge. All of Ken's dogs trace back to his original foundation bitch purchased in 1988. They're all Kelpies from Tony Parsons' Corrawara stud in Queensland. So Charlie is a 5-year-old Kelpie. And he's had a very successful trial here so far with a good run last night in the Ted Gaby Interstate Challenge, but also has qualified for the top 20 with one of the highest scores so far. Gently introduce the dog to those sheep. So after a good outrun and a nice steady lift, they'll be looking to draw those sheep in a straight line up the ground towards where Ken is standing there at the peg. The idea will be to keep those sheep within an imaginary 9-metre corridor from the point the sheep began the drive, the draw to the edge of the peg. And he'll need to take those sheep around on his left-hand side in an anti-clockwise direction. So Charlie's continuing to draw those sheep down the ground towards Ken. They're doing it at a nice steady pace at the moment, and that's pretty much ideal at this point of a trial, just to move things along nice and gently. We certainly don't want to stir things up and have sheep running everywhere, so just take it nice and easy at the start and give the sheep a chance to settle in and get used to the fact that there's a dog out there, as well as just to convince them that the dog's good enough to hang on to them and make sure they can't get away if they have a try.
The scores are coming in this morning. Tom Joyce for South Australia with Oakdown Sammy. He got a 95 from Bill Davidson. He got a 91 from Dave Lacey, which gave him a score of 93. Well done, Tom.
It's an outstanding result there for Tom and Sammy representing South Australia. So out on the ground now we've got Ken Atherton working his dog Charlie. And he's been able to bring them down nice and gently and moving along fairly steadily at this stage of the trial. He's got the sheep positioned nicely inside the corridor there. In between the obstacles is a corridor which they need to keep the sheep inside of at this part of the course. There's a 9 metre corridor, and the aim is for Ken to keep those sheep within 9 metres of his right hand side, but also no more than 9 metres in front or 9 metres behind. Those sheep making a little break for it there, but Charlie's good enough to grab hold of them and stop them moving too far away. So from here they'll be looking to just set those sheep up in front of the gap, ready to complete the obstacle as soon as Ken gets into the set. That's not. And so those sheep have led nicely through the gap there. And now Ken will be making his way through the middle of the gap himself, and they'll begin to set themselves up for their drive towards the Maltese Cross. So for those who are not familiar with the Trans-Tasman course, we're now into the New Zealand phase of the trial. And in this phase, we work a drive rather than the carry which we would normally work in our Australian trials. So in this situation, they will be aiming to keep the dogs and the worker behind the sheep at all times and driving the sheep forward. Ideally, the worker will take up one side of the corridor and the dog will take up the other. And they've got them straight through the Maltese gap really smoothly there. We have to take them through 2 sides of the Maltese gap, so we've got the first side done, and they're just bringing the sheep around, ready to take the second side. They're getting a few challenges from the sheep there from time to time, but so far, Charlie's been good enough to shut them down. So the sheep are through the Maltese Cross now. They've gone through both sides. And so Ken and Charlie will be setting themselves up to move on towards the drive, towards the bridge. Just taking it nice and easy to get those sheep settled before they begin moving forward. And again, if you're on the sides of the ground, you should notice that the worker and the dog don't go in front of the sheep. They should stay behind the shoulder of the lead sheep. and keep those sheep moving forwards in front of them. The aim is also to do it as smoothly as possible and have as much flow in the movement of the sheep, trying to avoid any stops or any hesitations along the way. And while they're doing that, they need to do so within a 15-metre corridor. So the sheep have flowed pretty well there from the Maltese cross towards the bridge. They're now inside of the free working area, so Ken is able to assist the dog to guide those sheep in towards the mouth of the obstacle. The sheep made another little break for it there, but again, Charlie's good enough to catch them and turn them back towards the obstacle. The sheep are a little anxious there in front of the bridge, so it's taking a bit of good work there from Charlie to just hold them close to the bridge. You see they look and then change their mind and start to turn around. The sheep are making life hard for Ken and Charlie out there at the moment, but they are competing for their state, so they'll continue to do their best. They'll continue to try to put them over and bank as many points for their state as they can. Those ewes don't want to have a bar of that bridge. They just keep challenging the dog. Have another breakaway. And I reckon that might be the second time that ewe's been over that bridge. And he's got them up there now, so because all three sheep have been over that bridge, that counts, even if they were separate. So Ken will begin his walk towards home, still with a bit of time up his sleeve to get them in the pen. And he's got them away. Well done, Ken and Charlie. So the next contestant is Bailey Knight. He'll be working his dog Mel Nanny Duncan. Bailey's been competing in sheepdog trialling for 8 years. He's one of the up-and-coming young talents in Australia at the moment. He's been very successful working in Queensland. This is his first time representing his state, Queensland, and he'll be looking to continue his good form here and put himself in a good position to qualify for the Australian test team. And that's what's up for grabs in this competition. It's not only an interstate challenge, it's not only a chance to represent your state, but it's a chance to compete for the right to represent your country with the top 4 scoring dogs from the Ted Gaby Interstate Challenge, going on to represent Australia in New Zealand next month. And that buzzer indicates that time has begun, and so Duncan has been sent on his cast. He'll be making his way out as wide and as deep as possible, trying to get behind those sheep without disturbing them in any way. So things have started pretty well here for Bailey and Duncan. The sheep are gently making their way up towards the peg there now. As they continue to work them towards the peg, they'll be looking to hold them in as straight a line as possible, and ideally that should be a 9 metre corridor from the point where they're picked up. So if they stray 4 or 5 metres one side or the other, then points will start being deducted. So it's been a very tidy start to the trial here. Duncan's continued to just gently bring those sheep up towards the peg. all the time. The sheep are getting used to having a dog out there. They're getting used to what sort of pressure Duncan's going to bring them. So they've been able to work those sheep around the peg there now, and they'll be walking towards the first obstacle, the gap. All the while they'll be aiming to keep them within the corridor, or the 9 metre corridor that's marked out on the grounds, and you can see the yellow cones on one side and red cones on the other side. So far the sheep have stayed in the corridor all the way from the peg to where they are now. Bailey will also be needing to watch that they don't get more than 9 metres behind him or 9 metres in front of him as well. And if they do, then points do start coming off if we get too far behind or too far ahead of the handler. So Bailey has got the sheep looking just nicely towards the gap there now, and he'll just be looking to steer them through, just allowing them to have a look, find the gap themselves. And through they go, and Duncan's going to have to go and cover them now, bring them back onto course, and Bailey's made his way through the gap, and they'll be setting themselves up for their drive towards the Maltese cross. And from this point here, we enter the New Zealand phase of the trial in this Trans-Tasman course. So here in this phase, the worker and the dog will be aiming to drive the sheep. What we call driving the sheep means to keep the sheep moving in front of both the worker and the dog. So it should be that either the worker or the dog will take a side each, and neither of them should move past the front shoulder of the lead sheep. So they've made their way to the cross there now, and they're in what we call a free working area. It's a little bit different to our Australian course where we have to stand in a square and we're not allowed to move, we're not allowed to influence the sheep in any way. But here in the Trans-Tasman course, when we get into the free working areas in front of the Maltese cross and the bridge, we're allowed to assist the dog and just to influence the sheep and help to guide them through the obstacle. We still want the dog to provide the force to push them through when necessary, but the worker is allowed to help to steer them in the right direction. So they've gone through one side of the Maltese cross fairly neatly. They have to go through 2 different directions. So they're bringing them back around to the mouth on the southern side of the ground now, and they'll be making it back towards the bridge. So one of the tricky things about the Maltese cross is, of course, there's a couple of escape routes for the sheep, and the sheep now are looking towards one of those and just wondering if they can get out the side here, but Bailey's blocking up the side. Just need to turn those sheep around and so they can see the exit towards the bridge, which is the direction they're supposed to be going. And I think they've found it now, so they'll apply a little bit of pressure and start moving them up now into a drive position, ready for their walk to the bridge. And if you're watching from one of the sides of the ground, it's a good opportunity to see the drive in action, and you'll notice that Bailey will be staying behind that lead sheep at all times. He is allowed to vary his speed. He's also allowed to walk in any direction he likes. The only direction he can't walk is backwards. So if the sheep stop, he'll stop and allow the sheep to keep moving in front of him. And if the sheep do bubble back, he'll have to stand still and wait till the sheep are back past him. But Bailey and Duncan have been able to walk them up well towards the bridge, and they're now in a free working area again. They're just trying to set those sheep into the mouth of the bridge and just apply a little bit of force to push them up over the top. The bridge can often be one of the first real challenge points in a trial if things have been flowing along really nicely. The bridge is the first chance perhaps where the sheep might start to ask some questions. They can't necessarily see the exit to the bridge, so they can be a bit reluctant to go up, thinking that they may be trapped. You can see they're having to apply just a little bit more force to get them over the bridge, but they're over successfully now, and they'll be making their way towards home. So with only one obstacle left to complete, Bailey and Duncan will make their way towards the pen. It's absolutely crucial to complete the course in this Trans-Tasman competition because there are a large number of points allocated to the walk and the completion of the pen. So it's been a fairly trouble-free walk from the bridge to the pen there now. And Bailey and Duncan will be hoping that that trouble-free run continues as they set them up to go into the mouth of the pen there now. And in they go. Just needs to get them across the line and apply a little bit more pressure to those sheep. And once Bailey feels that they're clear and they're settled inside the pen, he'll leave his ring and make his way to shut the gate. And there it is. Congratulations, Bailey and Duncan. It was a fantastic run, and we look forward to seeing the scores when that comes in. The next competitor will be Peter Oxley with Riverland Caesar, representing New South Wales. We have a score in for Ken Atherton and Ramulan Charlie. They had a score of 69.75. So far in this Ted Gaby Interstate Challenge, we have the following scores. So first up this morning was Jim O'Connell with Fleetwood Paw, representing Queensland. They had a score of 73.5. We then had Pip Flower working Flowers Fang, representing New South Wales, had a score of 92.75. Then it was Lee Jamison representing Tasmania with Shenandoah Steel with a score of 79. Barry Payton representing Victoria with Wirchleba Snowy with a score of 87.25. Tom Joyce this morning representing South Australia had a fantastic run with his dog Oaks Down Sammy, a score of 93. And we have a score for Ken Atherton representing Western Australia with Ramulan Charlie, 69.75. So next up we have Peter Oxley representing New South Wales with his dog Riverland Caesar. Peter is a retired farmer from Forest Reefs in New South Wales. He's been trialling for about 25 years and served as New South Wales President for 3 years. He's an experienced handler and judge. He's judged the Open, Supreme and Trans-Tasman trials. So Caesar is on his outrun now and just trying to get to the head of those sheep and begin to settle them and turn them back towards the peg. These sheep have been a little bit more mobile than some of the other runs at the early start, so I'm sure Peter will be looking to steady things down and get a little bit of control under these sheep now. He'll take his chance while they're settled in front of the peg here. So they're around the peg now, and the sheep have made a bit of a break for it, and Caesar's going to have to work hard to get in front. He has done. He's done a good job to cut them down, and now bring them back towards the walk from the peg to the race, to the bridge. Nope, gap, third time lucky. These sheep have been a little bit towy and providing some challenges there for Caesar and Peter to deal with. So now we've got the sheep set in front of the gap here. They're starting to look through. And off they go. So Peter is making his way through the gap there now, still trying to just hold those sheep inside that corridor, which we've done. He's done really well. Caesar's done a great job there to hold them without going past the front of the sheep. They're now in a drive situation where they're trying to keep the sheep in front of them. And as part of that, Peter will want to be keeping a little bit of pressure on one side, which is why you can see he's running up to sort of catch with the lead of the sheep, just to kind of exert a little bit of presence onto one side and hold them under control. They're now inside a free working area at the Maltese cross. So Peter is able to support the dog to get them through, and they've gone cleanly through the first side of the cross. They need to take them through from two different directions, so they'll be bringing them back to the southern end and turning them around and facing them back towards the bridge, all the while trying to keep them flowing as smoothly as possible and setting themselves up for a nice drive towards the bridge. One of those sheep just having a little glance down the exits of the cross, but Peter and Caesar were good enough to just quickly turn them away and move them smoothly through the end of the Maltese cross, and they're set up beautifully for their drive towards the bridge there now. Cold. Nah, it's fizzy. Fizzy or water. Soft drink or So this drive is flowing really nicely now, with the sheep just consistently moving in front of the sheep and the worker and the dog. You can see that both the handler and the dog have been able to hold up their sides quite well. And now as they're entering the free working area for the bridge, they'll begin to set those sheep inside the mouth of the obstacle. A little bit of a tricky situation there with Peter and the dog caught on the same side, and it was a little bit hard. You ideally want to have the worker and the dog on opposite sides, just holding those sheep into the mouth. And didn't quite work out as planned there, with one going down each side and one going over the top. So they'll reset, bring them back to the front of the bridge and have another go. That one seems determined to go down the side there again. So Caesar's having to put in some good work to hang on to him, and they've set them up into the mouth, and they're up and over the top of the bridge now. And with the bridge successfully negotiated, they'll be making their way towards home. We're now back into the Australian part of the course, which means that we're doing a typical Australian carry between the obstacles. So Peter will have to choose a speed and continue walking at that same speed the entire way between the bridge and the pen. He'll also need to keep a consistent line between the sets of the bridge and the pen next to each of the obstacles. When we're in the Australian part of the course, we have to remain within a square. It's about a 1 metre square that we have to stand inside of. We're not allowed to wave our arms, we're not allowed to move around, we just have to work our dog using commands and whistles. So they've been able to move them up towards the pen there very neatly. Got them settled there in front of the pen nicely, so just looking to apply a little bit of pressure and move them inside the mouth of the pen. And they go in nicely there. So Peter will be just settling them down and closing the gate as gently and as quietly as he can. And what a fantastic run there from Peter and Caesar. So we're waiting for the score to come in for Peter and Caesar. The next competitor up will be Martin Waddingham, representing Tasmania. He'll be working his dog Nolan's Digger.
Oh, we've got scores in for Bailey Knight from Queensland with Mel Nunny Duncan. Bill Davidson scored him an 88.5. David Lacey scored him an 89, which gave him a total of 88.75.
So we have Martin Waddingham working his dog Nolan Digger. Interestingly enough, Digger was born on Anzac Day, hence the name, I'm sure. So Martin's been trialling for approximately 15 years and competing mostly in Tasmania. He has represented the state previously, so this is not his first time. He's experienced. He's also had the honour of winning the Port Fairy Commonwealth Championships back in 2019. This particular dog, Nolan Stigger, has won 3 open trials, and 2 of which being Ted Gaby trials. So Martin and Digger have these sheep moving up gently towards the peg. They'll be aiming to just take their time at this point of the trial, ideally, and just settle those sheep down and give them a chance to get used to the presence of the dog. For those who aren't familiar with this format of sheepdog trialling, we're currently running the Ted Gaby Interstate Challenge. This is the top 2 dogs and handlers from each state. And they're competing on what we call the Trans-Tasman course. The Trans-Tasman course is a combination of aspects of the Australian trial course and the New Zealand trial course. And the course was devised to create an opportunity for Australia and New Zealand to compete on a level playing field, and they'll be competing in those test series next month. And so in front of us now we have the Interstate Challenge, and they'll be competing for the Ted Gaby Shield, but in addition to that they'll also be competing for a spot on the Australian team. The top four scores in this competition will qualify for a chance to go and represent Australia and New Zealand in the upcoming Trans-Tasman Test Series. So because this is a combination course of the Australian and the New Zealand style of course, there will be aspects of this course which are different from what you might normally see in a sheepdog trial in Australia. At the moment we're working an Australian stage of the course. This walk from the gap, from the peg to the gap is run under the Australian rules, and as such they'll be working these sheep within a 9 metre corridor to the right hand side of the worker. He'll also be aiming to keep those sheep within 9 metres in front or 9 metres behind. If they go outside of that, then they're considered off course and the points will start being taken away. That's right. So the sheep are through the gap there now, and they'll be making their way towards the Maltese cross. This is now in a New Zealand stage of the course, so they'll be looking to do what we call a drive, which is where they'll be keeping the sheep in front of both the handler and the dog. And ideally they'll have the dog on one side, just positioned behind the shoulder of the front sheep, and the worker on the other. And they'll keep them moving in a nice smooth fashion towards the next obstacle. And so they've got them moving through the cross at the moment. With the Maltese cross, we need to work them through two different directions. So they're through one side, and they now need to work them through the other side. As we're working under a New Zealand section of the trial, Martin is in what's called a free working area, so he's able to support the dog and move around and wave his arms and whatever it takes really to support the dog in setting those sheep inside the mouth of the obstacle. One of the tricky parts of the Maltese cross is there are a couple of exits that the sheep sometimes turn towards, and I just took a little bit of redirection there to keep those sheep moving through the cross, but they're through now and they'll make their way toward the bridge. Again, continuing in the New Zealand style of the course and working in a drive, so they'll be keeping the sheep in front of both the worker and the dog. One of the aims of the drive is to keep the sheep moving perfectly fluently from one obstacle to the next. You don't really want them to start and stop. You want them moving all the time. The sheep have been doing that so far. They had a little hesitation there, but they're back on the road again. All in all, that's been a fairly successful drive there for Martin. And they're now back into the free working area in front of the bridge. And they'll begin setting these sheep up inside the mouth of the bridge to negotiate the obstacle. And one's just ducked past the edge there. So they'll have to reset and try again. Every time the sheep do move past the obstacle or around the side of the obstacle, there will be some points deducted as they're considered off course at that stage. There's a nice bit of teamwork happening here now, with Martin and Digger just kind of taking one side each of the obstacle, just steering those sheep through. A little bit of a wobble there from Martin just to coax them through without applying much pressure. And unfortunately, with that little bit of pressure, the sheep have bubbled out past him, and he'll have to reset and start again. See, Martin's taken up a different side this time. Still continuing to just gently apply some pressure to these sheep to get them up over that bridge, and they've got them set pretty well, and they started to make their way over. Digger's applying a little bit of pressure to them just to get them off the end of that bridge, which they have done. 3 of them clear, and now they'll be making their way for home. So from here on in, we're back into the Australian part of the course. So back under Australian rules, we'll be looking to carry those sheep within 9 metres in front or behind of the worker, and there's a 9 metre corridor marked out on the ground, and you can see the cones out on the ground now. The yellow cones will be the line that Martin is walking on, and the red cones will be the line that he'll be asking Digger to keep the sheep inside of. Conditions are starting to warm up here now, and it's getting a little bit more tiring for the sheep, a little bit more tiring for the dog, and certainly a little bit more tiring for the worker. But Martin and Digger have got these sheep going along nicely now, and just preparing them in front of the pen to complete the course. Well, he's got them inside the pen now. He'll just be aiming to push them up and settle them towards the back of the pen. Get them clear of the line so that he can move outside of his square and shut the gate. He feels that they're through. And round goes the gate. And congratulations, Martin and Digger. Well done. So another great run there for Tasmania. The next competitor will be Adam James representing Victoria. He'll be working his dog Myamba Moss. And we'll just wait for the score to come in for Martin Waddingham and Nolan's Digger. So the next competitor is Adam James, representing Victoria. He'll be working his dog Myamba Moss. Moss is an 8-year-old dog and has had a whole range of success in a range of different types of sheepdog trialling. He's won the Australian Utility Championship, the National Kelpie Field Trial Championship, runner-up at the Field Trial Championship twice, runner-up at the Australian Yard Trial Championship once, Victorian Utility Trial Champion twice, Victorian Yard Dog Champion, Yard Dog of the Year, and runner-up Victorian Yard Dog Championship. So a very varied competitor, very, very experienced in many different forms of the game. Adam's been trialling for about 15 years in various different types of competition, but predominantly in yard, utility and cattle. And just showing a great degree of diversity in being able to compete at such a high level in many different forms of sheepdog trialling. So with the outrun completed now, Moss will be aiming to bring those sheep in a straight line back towards Adam and back towards the peg. At this stage of the course, the dog needs to keep those sheep within a 9-metre corridor from the point which they pick the sheep up. And so any movement either side will result in some points being taken away. Every competitor starts with 100 points. In the Trans-Tasman trial, points are deducted along the way, but they also get secured and banked away in different sections as they complete each section of the course, whereas in the Australian course, those points can be taken away completely at any point if you're disqualified. So it is a slightly different way of scoring in the Trans-Tasman course, but still managed to find the best dogs in the end. So this is Adam's first time representing Victoria in 3 sheep trialling, but he has had experience representing his state in the past, representing Victoria once in utility trialling. Adam has also had the experience of competing in an ISDS trial in England, which those of you who know the course in Europe is very different skill set to what we work with here in Australia. So again, it's just speaks to the versatility of both the dogs and handlers. And as they make their way around the peg now, they begin walking towards the gap. So at this stage of the trial, they're working under Australian conditions and Australian rules. The most significant part of that is that they'll be keeping the sheep in a 9-metre corridor, and the sheep are allowed to run in front or behind the worker, but only within a 9-metre square. So the sheep can never be more than 9 metres behind or never more than 9 metres in front. If they are, then of course points will be taken off because the sheep will be off course. It's also necessary for the worker to walk in a consistent speed, so once they leave the peg, they need to keep the same speed and in a straight line between the peg and the next obstacle, which is the gap. Now that Adam's taken up his place inside the square next to the gap, he's not allowed to move, he's not allowed to wave his arms, he's not allowed to do anything to influence the sheep. And all he can do is command his dog by voice or by whistle. Some good work there for Moss to get them through the gap, and they make their way towards the Maltese cross now. So now they have entered the New Zealand phase of the trial. They'll be driving these sheep, and by that we mean that they need to keep the sheep in front of both the worker and the dog at all times, and they should be aiming for a nice flow, a consistent movement between the obstacles. So ideally, the sheep shouldn't stop, they shouldn't hesitate, they should just be able to keep walking at a nice gentle pace towards the next obstacle. So Adam and Moss have done a good job there with the drive. They've made their way to the Maltese cross. With the Maltese cross, we need to work the obstacle from two different sides. So he'll be pushing those sheep away from where they are currently through the cross one side, ensuring that the sheep don't take one of the two exit routes that are available to them. And you'll see a bit of a difference here once we're into the free working areas in front of the Maltese cross and the bridge. Adam's allowed to move around and influence the sheep. He's allowed to wave his arms. He's allowed to do pretty much anything except for touch the sheep and grab hold of them and put them through the obstacle himself. So they're through the first side of the Maltese cross. Now they're setting themselves up for the next side. The sheep have given a bit of a challenge there, but Moss is quick enough to shut them down and turn them back towards the obstacle. And you can see Adam is taking up his position on one side, using his arms to just influence the sheep into the mouth of the Maltese cross. And apply a little bit of pressure now. Hopefully they'll run straight through without taking the exit. And they do, and they begin their walk to the bridge. So this walk to the bridge, again, will be in the drive position. So if you're sitting on one of the flanks of the ground here, you'll see it quite clearly that Adam and Moss will be holding one side of the corridor each, and neither will be moving past the head of the front sheep. They'll be looking to push the sheep away from them at all times. So after a slight hesitation there, they've got the sheep flowing again nicely, and they'll be aiming to keep this movement nice and smooth all the way up to the bridge. You'll notice that Adam is probably on the non-preferred side of the sheep, or a side that's different from what we would normally have in our Australian course. But now that they have crossed over, they'll aim to continue working from that side. Otherwise, points will be deducted if they cross back over again. So they work together as a team just to guide those sheep into the mouth of the bridge. And now that they're in the mouth, the job's on Moss to apply the pressure to push them up over, which he's willing to do, and the sheep are up on the top. And 1, 2, 3, they're off. So with the bridge completed, they're headed towards home. I'd imagine they still have a comfortable amount of time left to complete the course. So they won't be in any rush. They'll just be trying to carry those sheep gently towards the pen. And as they do, we're back into an Australian carry now, or Australian part of the course. So the aim will be to keep those sheep within 9 metres of him at all time and on his right hand side. So we have some scores. We have a score for Peter Oxley from New South Wales with Riverland Caesar. So his score from Bill Davison was 66, and David Lacey gave him 71 for an average score of 68.5. So those sheep are settled in front of the pen there nicely, and Adam's just asking Moss to apply a little bit of pressure to clear them from the line of the pen without putting too much on and causing them to panic and bubble back out. He's just about clear of the line now. The sheep are in the back of the pen and settled. And once Adam's confident that they're settled, he'll step outside of his square and shut the gate as gently as he can, not to spook the sheep. And fantastic run, great effort. Congratulations, Adam and Moss. So we also have a score in for Martin Waddingham from Tasmania with his dog Nolan's Digger. So Bill Davidson gave him a score of 85.5 and David Lacey a score of 87, which gives him a combined score of 86.25. So the next competitor up will be Stephen Cross from Strathalbyn here in South Australia, a local talent. He'll be working his dog, Echo Park Lady. It's a dog that he bred himself, and she's been a very successful dog over the last few years. Lady had a fantastic run last night and is the current top scorer in this Ted Gaby Interstate Challenge with a score of 96 last night, which is an incredible score. So we have the local competitor up now, it's Stephen Cross from Strathalbyn in South Australia. And he's represented South Australia on many occasions now. So the dog he's taking out there now is Echo Park Lady, and they're currently leading the Interstate Challenge at this moment. And with the sheep clear of the release, the judge has given his signal, the time has started, and Lady's begun her outrun now. She'll be aiming to get as wide and as deep as possible, just to not disturb those sheep. So Ladies had to come across and cover them as they made a bit of a move for the back fence. And now Stefan and Lady be working to just introduce the dog to the sheep slowly and just to settle things down as much as they can. Get the sheep used to having a dog out there and used to the conditions and used to the ground and their new surroundings. So as the day is getting on now, those at the ground would start to notice that the heat's coming up and the wind has started to pick up now too, which does tend to aggravate the sheep a little bit. But so far things are going along fairly well for Lady. And with the dog now introduced to the sheep, they'll be working them gently up towards the peg where Stefan is standing. They'll be looking to try and hold the sheep in as straight a line as possible, and they have an imaginary 9 metre corridor to keep those sheep inside. If the sheep move 4.5, 5 metres either side of that corridor, then the points will start being taken away. But so far things are progressing nicely here for Stefan and Lady. So the sheep have arrived at the peg there where Stefan is standing without too many hassles so far. A little challenge there from the sheep, but it was shut down quickly enough. So they're now making their way around the peg. And once the sheep cross the line, then Stefan's able to begin walking towards the gap. And as they're working towards the gap, there's a 9 metre corridor marked there on the ground. You can perhaps see the cones. The yellow cones mark the line that Stefan will walk, and he'll need to keep the sheep on his right hand side from those cones. And there's a line of red cones there as well, which she'll be asking later to keep the sheep inside of that line. While at the same time, making sure the sheep don't get too far in front or behind. And trying to just keep walking them gently around this course. See sheep just starting to challenge Lady, looking to try and break back down the ground, but so far she's been good enough to hold them and stop them from getting away. And every time she's able to shut down one of these little challenges, the hope will be from Stefan that more and more the sheep are beginning to be convinced that Lady won't let them go, they won't be able to get away. So the sheep are just slightly off course there now, and Lady's going to work to bring those sheep back round to the front of the gap. There's a lot of really fine movement there from Lady. Stefan's just asking her to just move around and keep those sheep locked in, but to bail them up. And now back in front of the gap, and they'll be looking to just steer them through the opening. Just allowing the sheep to see the gap and see the opening in front of them, and hopefully they'll just move through on their own. And they do, and Lady's quick to cover and hold their head. And Stefan will make his way through the gap and set themselves up for their drive towards the Maltese cross. So in this phase of the course, Stefan will be aiming to drive those sheep in front of himself and the dog. Keep both the worker and the dog will stay behind the head of the lead sheep. And they're looking to move them in a gentle, consistent speed between the two obstacles. There's a slightly wider corridor to keep the sheep in on this drive. They've got a 15-metre corridor to hold them in. And now they've entered into the free working area in front of the Maltese cross. Stefan will be able to assist the dog. It's a little bit different to what we would normally do in Australia in our trial conditions, but it's exactly what we do at home with our dogs in the yards. So all of our workers are well used to doing this and helping our dogs through it. Doesn't really seem fair making them do all the work all the time, so sometimes we make it look like we do a bit to help out as well. So those sheep flowed absolutely beautifully through the first side of the Maltese cross. We need to take them back in a different direction now. They have to go through the cross two ways. One of the tricky things about the Maltese cross is that there is a couple of exit routes for the sheep to take when they get halfway down. And they've got the sheep inside the mouth now, so they'll just look to try and keep these sheep flowing all the way through the Maltese cross without them turning and looking down the sides. They have looked, but I think Lady will be able to guide them back through. Yep, and they're through the cross and setting themselves up for the drive towards the bridge. So Lady and Stefan have got these sheep moving gently up towards the bridge there now. They're in a drive setting, so they're keeping the sheep in front of both the worker and the dog. Well, that's a bit high. And now that they're inside the free working area, both Stefan and Lady will work to guide those sheep into the mouth of the obstacle. And then once they're inside, Lady will apply a little bit of pressure to the back and up and over, easy as you like. So now that they're up and over the bridge, they'll be making their way towards home. And they'll be working the rest of this course under Australian rules. And in the Australian rules, Stefan will need to choose a steady pace and continue walking towards the pen. He won't be able to vary his speed, and he also can't vary his line. He's got to walk in a straight line all the way, and all the time keeping the sheep within 9 metres of his right hand side, and no more than 9 metres above or in front or behind. So far things are progressing pretty well for Stefan and Lady at this point. They've had a few challenges on the way around, but so far Lady's been good enough to hold them up. And they're heading towards the pen now in a fairly strong position. Now that Stefan's stepped inside the square next to the pen, he can't move, he can't wave his arms. All he can do is to command his dog. And Lady will have to do all the work. But she's up to the task. She's got them in the pen there now. Just need to clear the last one past the line. And now once Stefan thinks they're in and settled and secure, he's going to move out and shut the gate. And all in all, a fantastic trial. Well done, Stefan. Well done, Lady. So I'm sure that'll be another good score for Stefan and Lady, and we'll wait to see just how good it is in a moment. Our next competitor up is Ivan Solomon from Western Australia. So he'll be representing Western Australia with his dog, Perandri Trish. So our last worker in the Ted Gaby Interstate Challenge, the second round this morning, will be Ivan Solomon from Western Australia. He was first up in the round we had last night under lights, and so he's ending this round. And then we'll reverse the order again tomorrow morning. Ivan had a first round score of 47. So the sheep are out on the ground now. They're just getting into position. With the time started, Trish has made her outrun now, and she'll be looking to get as wide and as deep as she possibly can to not disturb the sheep. With Trish arriving right on the back fence there, it's almost a perfect cast, and she'll now be in a position to be able to introduce herself onto the sheep and just allow the sheep to learn about this dog and to learn the feel of having this dog out there and just become a little bit more comfortable with their surroundings. So Ivan Solomon is a very experienced handler of sheepdogs. He's been competing for about 30 years. So this dog, Parangari Trish, is a 6-year-old bitch. Very versatile dog. She's an excellent all-round dog on the farm and in the yards, and clearly fairly handy out in the paddock. She's confident when working large mobs, and she's handling these 3 sheep out here very nicely now. So Trish has won 3 open trials in her career and has placed many times. And she was Western Australia Dog of the Year in 2022 and is now, of course, representing Western Australia in 2023 at the Supremes here in Strathalbyn. So Ivan and Trish had a bit of a difficult time out there last night, being first up in the Ted Gaby Interstate Challenge with a score of 43, I think. But things are travelling quite well out there now, so they've got the sheep settled nicely. They're round the peg and just about to make their walk towards the gap, the first obstacle. So we have scores in for Stephen Cross and Echo Park Lady. So the first judge, Bill Davison, gave them a score of 84. David Lacey gave them a score of 83 for an average score of 83.5. And as Ivan and Trish continue to make their way steadily towards this gap here, they'll be looking to keep those sheep within that 9 metre corridor that you can see marked out there with cones. Yellow cones where Ivan is walking, and red cones are the outside edge of the corridor. It's a 9 metre gap. They'll also be looking to keep the sheep within 9 metres either in front or behind of Ivan at any point in time. And if they stray outside of those 9 metre boundaries, then they'd be considered off course and points start coming off. So the sheep have broken away from Trish there, so they've got a bit of a job now to bring those back to the gap. No, not at all. So they've done well to work those sheep back towards the gap now and continue settling them in. Some nice delicate work here from Trish just to position herself now behind those sheep and in a place where she can steer the sheep through the gap. Just allowing those sheep to see the gap themselves and just wander through on their own. At the same time, just holding that balance point so that they don't bolt away. She's done well there to cover the sheep as they've gone through the gap. And now Ivan's making his way through the gap and on towards the Maltese cross. So they're now in a drive position with both the handler and the dog behind the head of the lead sheep. And they'll be looking to continue this walk in that position all the way to the Maltese cross, with the main aim of being of keeping the sheep flowing at all times. So they've got their sheep up to the Maltese cross now. With the Maltese cross, we need to work them through from two different sides. So they're working them through the first side now, and the sheep have come through nicely. They'll now look to bring them around to the southern end and put them through from the southern side towards the bridge. While they're at the cross, they're inside what we call a free working area, which means that Ivan is allowed to move around. He can wave his arms, he can help to influence those sheep and get them inside the mouth of the obstacle. It's a bit of an unusual thing for us to be doing here in our Australian trials, but it's not unusual at all for us to be doing when we're working our sheep at home on the farm. We'll always help our dogs out and move around, and seems a bit unfair making the dogs do all the work all the time, so we do like to help them out. So those sheep are inside the mouth. They're not exactly settled, but they've made their way through. One's just having a look down the side of the escape route, but he's given up that road, and they're just hanging in the last panel there of the Maltese cross. So Trish is having to move up and just give them a little bit of a push out. And they're now clear, so they'll begin their drive towards the bridge. And again, for those who are on the sides or the flanks of the grounds, you should be able to see the drive being worked effectively here, with the worker on one side, the dog on the other, and they should be staying behind the shoulder of the lead sheep. When a drive works perfectly, the sheep should be moving at a constant, steady speed all the time. They should be flowing. They shouldn't hesitate, they shouldn't stop, and they shouldn't turn around. And so every stop or hesitation, there'll probably be some minor penalty applied, but Ivan and Trish have done a good job here, and they've got them up now towards the bridge. And so they're now inside of the free working area, and we'll start to set these sheep up inside the mouth of the bridge. See, one of the sheep there is just challenging the dog. But it didn't last very long. They're turned now and they're on top of the bridge. 1, 2, 3, and they're off. And so now Ivan and Trish will be making their way for home. And as they walk towards the pen, they're now back under Australian rules, Australian conditions, so we're back inside a 9 metre corridor. And now that they've started their walk, Ivan has to continue walking at a consistent speed on a straight line between those obstacles. It's been a good run so far for Ivan and Trish. They've made their way gently around the course without too many dramas. And they'll be hoping that things continue nice and steadily at the pen. The sheep are looking fairly settled now. And Ivan's taken up his spot inside the square, so he's not allowed to move. He's not allowed to move outside of that until those sheep are clear from the mouth of the pen. So he'll be asking Trish to do all the work now to cover them and just apply the little bit of force that she needs to get them inside the mouth of the pen now. You see the sheep are looking for a bit of an exit, but I think she's got them firmly inside the pen now. Ivan thinks so too. He's left the square and headed off to shut the gate. And he's got it shut. Well done. Congratulations, Ivan and Trish. Fantastic run. Well done. So while we wait for a result for Ivan and Parangari Trish from Western Australia, that concludes our Ted Gaby Interstate Challenge Round 2. So we'll wait for those results and we'll be able to give you an update score of where things are at in the Ted Gaby competition. Remembering that these representatives are all competing for their state. It's a team of 2 from each state, so 2 teams. They're competing for the Ted Gaby Shield, which is the Interstate Challenge Shield that we have. They're not just competing for their state, they're not just competing for the Shield, they're also competing for a chance to represent Australia in the upcoming test match between Australia and New Zealand, which will be held in New Zealand next month. So from this trial, there are 3 rounds in the Ted Gaby Interstate Challenge, and the top 4 scoring dogs will be selected to represent Australia next month in New Zealand. Thank you to our judges, Bill Davison and David Lacey. It's not an easy thing to judge a trial, so we appreciate their work today.
We'll just do a recap of the scores from the Ted Gaby round 2. So first out was Jim O'Connell with Fleetwood Paw. He's come in with a score of 73.5. Add that to his score of 78.5 from last night. I've got some scores here, for all the Ted Gaby Interstate reps and also your state totals. So for New South Wales, Pip Flower with Flowers Fang. Last night Pip scored a 65.5. Today they've put up a 92.75, which gives them a total of 158.25. Peter Oxley with Riverland Caesar. Last night 84.5. This morning he's put up a 68.5, giving him a total of 153. Their scores combined gives New South Wales currently a total of 311.25. Queensland, Bailey Knight with Mel Nunny Duncan last night scored a 78.5. This morning he scored an 88.75, and that's given him a total of 167.25. Jim O'Connell with Fleetwood Paw had a 78.5. Today he's put up a 73.5, which gives him a total of 152. Those two scores combined give Queensland a total of 319.25. South Australia, Stephen Cross with Echo Park Lady last night was 96. This morning an 83.5, which gives him a total of 179.5. Tom Joyce with Oakdown Sammy last night a 69. This morning a 93, giving Tom a total of 162. The two South Australian scores together gives them a total of 341.5. For Tasmania, Lee Jamieson with Shenandoah Steel. Last night he put up a 60.5. Today a 79, which gives him a total of 139.5. Martin Waddingham with Nolan's Digger last night was an 81. This morning an 86.25, which gives him a total of 167.25. The two Tasmanian combined scores together gives them a total of 306.75. For Victoria, Adam James with Myamba Moss last night an 88.5. This morning he's put up a 78, and that gives him a total of 166.5. Barry Payton with Werchilaba Snowy last night a 57. This morning an 87.25, giving Barry a total of 144.25. The two Victorian scores combined gives them a total of 310.75. And for Western Australia, Ken Atherton with Ramulam Charlie last night 79.5. This morning 69.75, giving him a total of 149.25. Ivan Solomon with Purundari Trish last night a 47. This morning he's put up an 85.25, giving him a total of 132.25. So the West Australian state total is 281.5. So after 2 rounds of the Ted Gaby Interstate Challenge, the state that's currently in the lead is South Australia on 341.5. And in second place is Queensland on 319.25. The 4 top scoring individual scores at the moment, we have Stephen Cross leading on 179.5. We have equal second, Bailey Knight from Queensland with Mel Nunny Duncan on 167.25, and Martin Waddingham from Tasmania with Nolan's Digger on 167.25. And in fourth place is Adam James from Victoria with Myamba Moss on 166.5. The third and final round of the Ted Gaby will be held tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. We're going to have a short break now as we change the sheep over, change the course, and then we'll get away with the top 20. We're just changing the course over. We've obviously had the Interstate Challenge, which is a different course, so we're just changing it back to the Supreme course. We've got our two judges, Mr Michael Depler from Condar in Victoria and Mr Gordon Curtis from Kellerberrin in Western Australia, who'll be judging the Open Championship. They're just going to have an early lunch, so we'll be starting at about 12 o'clock with our top 20 competitors. Our first competitor out in the top 20 will be Barry Knight from Queensland, and he'll be working Fiesta Jane. They are going in with a score of 71. Following Barry will be Jim O'Connell with Flowers Griffin, and they also are going in on a score of 71. Third out will be Linda Denning with Vaimari Sally going in on 66.5.
Just a reminder to those who are in the top 20, we do require a photograph with you and your dog. Merv Simmons, I'm the one that's going to be taking the photos, so if you could catch up with me or let me know where you are, or we can find a point to meet. I'll get those photos done as quickly as I can so that we can start processing them. If you could cooperate in that regard, just waiting for a memory card to come, and I'm right to go and get them done as quickly as we can. We've just been informed that the sale yards are now locked. If you've been going out there to run your dogs, you probably need to be aware of that and make your way perhaps to Stephen's paddock. If you're not familiar with where that is, come and speak to one of the people in the office and we'll soon point you in the right direction. Thank you. So just be aware the sale yards are now being locked.
we've had somebody come up to the timekeeper's box. They've lost the band off of their Akubra hat. If somebody has picked it up, if you'd like to bring it up underneath the club rooms and we'll reunite it with its owner. Thank you. Righto, so we're ready to start again. The Dogpro Plus 2023 Supreme Championship. What we're doing this afternoon is we're running through the top 20 competitors. These guys and girls have all competed throughout the week in what we would call the heats. What we do now is we take those top 20 scores from the week out of 176 runs, and then we put them together, run them off, and then we'll add their two scores together. We'll get an average, and then the top 10 will go into the final. So the first competitor out in the top 20 will be Barry Knight with Fiesta Jane. Barry's come all the way from Queensland, and he's got a few dogs in this top 20, so he's had a good week here at Strath. The next competitor out is Jim O'Connell. He's also from Queensland with Flowers Griffin. He scored a 71. Third out in the top 20 will be Linda Denning with Weimari Sally, and they scored a 66.5. Going out in fourth will be Lee Jamison with Shenandoah Steel after a 79.5. We've got our two Supreme judges back out on course now. Mr. Gordon Curtis, he's come all the way from Kellerberrin in Western Australia. And we've got Mr. Mike Depler, and he's from Condar in Victoria. We thank them very much for judging this week, and we're just about to get going again.
Our first competitor is Barry Knight, and his dog is Fiesta Jane. They're just waiting for some sheep to come out. We've got the judges in place, and the trial will start. For those of you who are dog trialers, you can just block your ears to everything I'm saying, because I don't want you to come up telling me later I've got it all wrong. I'm not a dog trialer. I'm an everyday person who just happens to hang around dog trials. So what I don't know, I make up. For spectators, if you want to know more, then find yourself a dog trialer, someone who's got a dog on a lead that looks like it works sheep, and I'm sure they'll help you out with any questions you've got. This signifies the start of the trial. Every trialer walks out with 15 minutes and 100 points. The aim of a trial is to get the sheep all the way around the course into the pen with as many points in hand as they can and as much time as they can spare. If their time runs out during the trial, they lose the value of the points they didn't negotiate. So there's lots of ways a trialer can lose points. This first part of the course is called the cast, lift and draw, and the dog should go around behind the sheep and bring them in a fairly straight line to the worker, and they need to go around behind the worker in an anti-clockwise direction. Going off course, and you can see markers out on the ground, is where they can lose points. So far the sheep are behaving. So for those of you who don't know anything about sheepdog trials, we can break it down to a couple of components. We'll start with the sheep, and believe it or not, sheep aren't very smart. Sheep have got one goal, and that's to find food and to stay away from the dogs. The second component is the dog. We have dogs of all breeds, well, border collies and kelpies predominantly. They come in all shapes and sizes and colours, and each dog has their own style of working. It's the same with our workers. They come in all shapes and sizes and have their own style of working. The combination of a good worker and a good dog who have a good relationship leads them to the point of being in the top 20. Jane has brought the sheep down to Barry. So far they're quite calm, and they'll be working to come around behind Barry, and it's only once they're around they can move off to the first obstacle. Quite often the time that the worker is standing at the peg with the sheep close like this is a time that they get to look at the sheep and to work out which one might give them trouble around the course. So the sheep have come around and they're fairly settled. And Barry can now head to the first obstacle, which is the gap. Once a worker starts walking, they can't stop in between obstacles, regardless of what happens, unless they elect to retire. So you can see he's walking along the line set out by the markers. Ideally, the dog should keep the sheep in between the yellow markers and the red markers. So they're off course at the moment, and they'll have lost some points. And now they're back on course, so it's a case of trying to keep them there. They've come across the other side and lost another point or so. And now they're in the right place. They probably should be a little bit closer to Barry. Once Barry gets up close to the obstacle, there's a square marked out on the ground that he can stand in, and he must stay in that square until the obstacle's completed. Now this is where sheep can show how sticky they can be. Fortunately there for Barry, they went straight through, but sheep will quite often find the hole in the fence that isn't the one they're meant to go through. They've gone off course a little bit, so Jane will be coming into the sheep to bring them back onto course. The trials are set out to replicate the work you do on a farm with sheep and dogs. So the cast, lift and draw and the gap are to do with rounding the sheep up in the paddock and getting them through the gate to head to where you need to work on the sheep. Then this next obstacle is the race, and it's where you would put sheep through to do drafting, give medication, that type of thing. The third obstacle is the bridge, which has a ramp. So on a farm you would put sheep up a ramp to get into a shearing shed, or put them up a ramp to be loaded onto a truck. And the final obstacle is the pen. If you've got shearing coming up and it's going to rain, you want to get your sheep home and into that pen before it rains. So we've now gotten through that second obstacle, the race, and Barry's heading for the bridge. Barry and Jane are now at the bridge with the sheep. Now this is where things can get a bit dicey. Sheep don't always want to go up that ramp. And it takes a little bit of push and shove sometimes to get them where you want them. In this case, 2 sheep went over and 1 went around. Going around an obstacle instead of negotiating through it is where you can lose points. Now if we had that 1 sheep that went around marked, only that 1 sheep has to go over the obstacle this time. But with sheep being sheep, it is much easier to put them all over at the same time. And you'd think if 2 have gone over and 1 hasn't, that those 2 would be quite good at leading that 3rd one over. But usually that 3rd one is the tricky one, and we'll try and convince the other 2, no, you don't want to go up there again. And once again, one of them has gone around the obstacle. So Jane's having to work that little bit harder to try and get them back together and get them over that bridge together. With a mob of 3 sheep, you'll always find one who is the dominant sheep. He tends to be the leader. A worker will quite quickly pick out which sheep that is, and so will the dog. And the dog knows which sheep to try and focus on to get them where he wants them to go. This time we've got all 3 up and off the end successfully. So Barry's now stepped out of his ring and he's heading to the pen. So fingers crossed he gets them into the pen with the gate shut before the 15 minutes is up. Then we will wait and get the score from the judges. We've got 2 judges out there, and it's an average of their 2 scores that will give a total for this round. And that will then be added to his first round score to give him a total. The sheep are now sitting very nicely in the pen. Barry will just let them settle so they don't try and come out. And once that gate is shut, the judge will signal for the end of the trial, and that's the time up. So well done, Barry and Jane. Our next worker out will be Jim O'Connell with Flowers Griffin, who also had a score of 71 in the first round. Now, if you've been taking note of the commentary, keep in mind that they will have 100 points in 15 minutes. See how you go at scoring this next one.
Our major sponsor for this championship is Dogpro Plus, and we have one of their representatives, Alison Burrell from Hi-Pro, and she's located underneath the veranda down near the barbecue shed. She has some samples of their quality product here, so if you'd like to go along and have a chat with Alison and pick up a sample, have a talk to her about their products. It's recommended by all of us. We use it for our dogs. They are the major sponsor of sheepdog trialling in Australia. So wander across and make yourself known to Alison and have a chat. For all the competitors that are in the top 20, Merv Simmons, who's taking photos for us this week, he's wanting to take a photo of you with your dog, and he's been located up behind the club rooms near one of the shady trees up the back. So if you could please make your way up and see Merv when you can with your dog. Quite a few of you have already been. For those of you that have got multiple dogs in the top 20, if you can please bring your dogs. We want a photo of you with your dog. Thank you.
So we've got Jim O'Connell and Griffin out there working at the moment. Jim O'Connell comes from Queensland, and he's been trialling for 32 years. He said one of the highlights that he's had is meeting people from all around the states of Australia and New Zealand. And it would be a highlight to be able to travel around and catch up with people maybe every couple of years or so, and have a chat. The griffin is just steadily approaching the sheep, step by step at the moment. No one's sure quite when dog trialling started, but I can guarantee it would have had something to do with some farmers leaning on a fence, watching sheep in a paddock and trying to work out who might have had the best dog, just like they would with who's got the best tractor or the fastest horse. So no doubt competitions grew from there. It was a case of let's have a go at working out who's got a dog that would be the most versatile or the best dog in the district. And dog trials would have grown from that. Of course, you don't have to be a farmer to have a working sheepdog. You just have to have a passion for your dog and an understanding of sheep, and you can give it a go. So if you're a farmer and you've got a dog and you think your dog could do what's happening out here, or if you've got a dog that you think's pretty smart and you'd like to give it a go, there are often training schools run around the whole of Australia, but certainly in this state we have regular training schools that you can attend and give your dog a go and see if they really do have that instinct that you think they do. Oh, Jim is quite content now that the sheep are settled. Griffin's got some control on them, so he's started walking towards the gap. Keep in mind those sheep should stay within the marked out corridor between the obstacles, and they should also stay reasonably close to Jim. The Griffin's moving quite nicely to keep the sheep where he's supposed to be. So ideally the sheep should be in the middle of the dog and the worker. There are a few different ways you can be disqualified from a trial. One is for the dog crossing, so that's going in between the sheep and the worker. It means that they're not in control of moving those sheep, and so that's an immediate disqualification. They're also disqualified if the sheep go over the fence. If they're over the fence and you haven't got 3 sheep, you can't work the obstacles. And they can also be disqualified for biting. Our sheep are precious to us, and we can't afford to have damaged meat or wool, depending on what your sheep are being bred for. So we do not encourage our dogs to bite at all. Sometimes you might think a dog has gone in for a little nip. So long as they don't pull wool or break skin, that little nip is quite often just a nudge with the nose. And it's just to let the sheep know that the dog's serious about making the move. So they're nicely through the gap, and they'll head off to the race. So far, Griffin wouldn't have lost too many points as he's been going around the course. He's kept the sheep quite nicely in line, and they haven't run around the obstacle in an uncontrolled way. So fingers crossed, all well and good. Not sure how his time's going, but remember he's got 15 minutes to get around the course. The sheep are constantly looking for a way out, and they've finally found the way out through the other end. Quite often they'll find the way out down one of the sides, which costs points. So once again, it should be a nice steady walk down to the bridge. Griffin had a first round score of 71, so it'd be interesting to see what he gets in this round. It's been a nice steady movement around the ground. He's got the sheep nicely into the mouth of the bridge. Just got to try and turn the heads to get them to look up that ramp so that they go over. And that was well done. Jim's just checked his time, so he'll know how fast he's got to walk to the bridge, how long he can take to the pen, and how long he can take to settle the sheep before he heads off. Griffin can see the end of the trial in sight, and I think the sheep will be quite relieved to be able to get into the pen and have a breather. But they're not overly stressed, they're pretty calm out there. And Griffin's just given them a little nudge just to remind them that he's in control. So they're in the pen. We'll just wait for Jim to be happy that they're settled. And the gate's closed, so that's time up. Well done. Griffin gets a pat. He's happy, he's done his job. And they can hand the sheep over now to the workers down the other end. Our next worker out is Linda Denning. And I did say earlier that it's not just farmers that get out here trialling. Linda's an art teacher and she's been trialling for about 10 years. Her dog is Vermari Sally and they had a first round score of 66.5. Linda's time has commenced. And the sheep are standing still, but there's one there that's just a little bit bigger than the others. Got its head up in the air a little bit. And I've got a feeling that's the one that Sally's going to have to concentrate on. And Sally's come out nice and wide and is in a good position behind the sheep. And she'll just gently come up to encourage them to move down the ground. And that big one is constantly looking for somewhere to go. Sally's going to have her work cut out for her. So the sheep are progressing down the ground. They are off course a little bit. So that will be costing Sally some points. Every time a worker and a dog goes out there, they're fresh sheep. We never reuse the sheep within a trial. So as you can imagine, we go through an awful lot of sheep. You'll notice if you can hear the workers out there, some of them use whistle a lot, some of them use voice control, some use a lot of hand signals, and of course there's the combination of all of those different ways of communicating with the dog. Each worker will have their preferred commands that they use. And so if you're able to listen to the different workers and try and work out what they're trying to get the dogs to do. The closer the dog is to the worker, they tend to use mostly voice command, but whistles are great over a distance. And this is a fairly long course. When a worker uses hand controls, they must be used carefully. At no time when you're close to an obstacle can you use your hand controls in a way to block the sheep. And we've got a bit of eye-to-eye contact happening here. A little bit of foot stamping. Sally's just trying to communicate that she'd like them to move, and they're communicating back to say, well, make us. Linda's trying to move Sally so that those sheep will get the hint to move themselves. It's a difficult situation. If you bring your dog in too hard, the sheep can spread and go running everywhere. So you just need to keep putting the pressure on without putting on too much pressure. That's a real battle of wills out there. The dog is gradually winning. But that big sheep is still trying to stamp its authority. Sally dived in there just to try and break them up, to get them moving a little bit more. Now she's got to get some control back on them and try to move them around the peg again. That will have cost some points, but it was worth trying to get them moving. No, Linda's quite happy to move off. The sheep are a little bit more runny than what they were. So Sally's going to have to bring them back in to the corridor between the obstacle. We've still got one there trying to find its way home, but it's gone back to the other two. So at this point in time, the two judges that stand down between the goalposts for the start of the trial will separate. Gordon is in the golf buggy that comes around the fence, and he will see the trial from a different angle to our other judge, who's Mike. He will come straight down the middle of the arena. That's why the scores are averaged out, because both judges won't see exactly the same thing. So Sally will be trying to keep the sheep reasonably close to Linda here and trying to keep them in the laneway, but also to stop them going through the obstacle before Linda gets there. If they do go through an obstacle before the worker gets there, then they have to do that obstacle again. The sheep have gone past the obstacle, so that once again is some points taken off. Linda's in place now, so hopefully Sally can bring the sheep back and try to put them through properly. And through they go. And Sally will now have to catch them again and get them back on course, ready to go across to the race. Judge Gordon is happily driving around the boundary line, keeping an eye on the situation. He can see if those sheep go off course and if they go past the obstacle from where he will end up stopping. Now the sheep have gone through that obstacle, but Linda wasn't in place, so she'll now have to bring them back to the front and put them through again. So they're now coming back the wrong way, and that's fine, but it doesn't count. So Sally will have to put them back into the mouth of the obstacle and go the right way through. And the sheep sort of think, well, we've done this twice, why do we have to do it again? So finally they went through the right way and Linda's heading off towards the bridge. And unfortunately that's time up for Linda and Sally, but they've done pretty well. They've gotten halfway around the course. It's a tough job out there. And if you've got a dog at home you think can do something like this, then come and talk to any of the triallers and find out how you can become involved. So a catch up on our first two runs. Barry Knight with Fiesta Jane had a first round score of 71 and a second round score of 56 to give a total of 127. And Jim O'Connell with Flowers Griffin had a first round score of 71, a second round score of 83.5 to give a total of 154.5. Coming out to the peg is Lee Jamison, who comes all the way from Tasmania. Lee's dog is called Steel, and he's a white with a bit of black border collie. And he's come around behind the sheep quite nicely. And the sheep are fairly settled, fairly comfortable at the moment. Just a reminder, this is our top 20, so after 176 runs, the top 20 scores were moved into the top 20. They'll run off. The top 10 scores will go into the final tomorrow. Steele has been trialling, well, he's 7 years old, so he's been trialling for quite a while, and he's won 18 open trials. And he's been the top performer in Tasmania for the last couple of years. So he's a pretty handy dog to have in the team, I think. Most triallers have more than one dog, and I can guarantee you they'd love every single one of them, but there always tends to be one that's just loved that little bit more. Steele has brought the sheep down to Lee. He'll have a little bit of a look at them, and hopefully they'll come nicely around the peg, and Lee will be able to head off to the gap. There's one there that's looking to have a bit of a run around, but Steele's just that bit too quick. So he'll bring them back on course. And now he's heading off to the gap. Well, that sheep is giving Steele a bit of a headache out there. They're back on course for now, but they've come across the other side, so they'll lose some points for being off course on this side. They still had a first round score of 79.5, and that was the top score for quite some time at the beginning of the trial.
Let's have a look at how many people are streaming. They're just dropping off like flies.
Now that Lee's in place, he'll be working still to try and get those sheep through the gap without any problems. Steele's keeping a close eye on that lead sheep, and he managed to turn his head, and the sheep did the right thing and went straight through, and they're heading off towards the race. Steele's not having everything his own way out there. There's that troublesome sheep. He heard the rest of them back home and wants to join them, I think. So they've been through the race and they're heading off to the bridge now. So far, Steele's keeping them under pretty good control, but they are pushing the point as much as they can. So just keep in mind, every time the sheep go outside of the corridor marked by the yellow and the red markers, they will lose points. The sheep are just down the side of the obstacle, so Steele's going to have to put a little bit of pressure on them to bring them around the front. The trial here will finish tomorrow. We'll have the final round of the state runoffs for the Ted Gaby Trophy, and we'll also have the top 10 of the open round, and we'll do the top 5 of the improvers. After this trial, we've got a trial at Maitland at the end of next week, and quite a few of the interstate triallers are going on to Maitland. And then following that, we've got a got trials at Pascoeville with the field days, and quite a few are staying for that. We're going to have some big days at those trials. Jim O'Connell, if you're around, can you come to the office to microphone? The sheep have gotten a little bit tricky here for Steele. A little bit of a confrontation in the mouth of the bridge, and now they're not settling well. So they're going to have their work cut out for them to get these sheep settled through this obstacle and into the pen. You can see every time they run past the mouth of that obstacle, they're not looking to go up there. So now is where the experience of a worker who's been around for quite a while and a dog who's been around for quite a while will come in handy. Each time they move away from the obstacle, they're losing points. This isn't the sort of game where you can gain points along the way. You start with 100, and once a point comes off, you can't get it put back on again. So you have to try and be careful about doing really good work to avoid points. Once again, the sheep are the wrong side of the obstacle there. While Steele's working really hard to try and get those sheep looking the right way, he's losing points and time is also ticking down. Each obstacle has a points value, so any obstacle that's not negotiated out there, that points value is taken off of the score that the worker has at the end of the round. Well, he's got them back in the mouth again. But the sheep aren't settled. And if you think you're getting frustrated watching this, you can imagine how Lee and Steele are going. Most judges these days have a little clicker that they use to keep count of how many points they're taking off. Back in the old days, it used to be a pencil and a scorecard, and you used to have a few spare pencils just in case you wore them out. So after all that run around, finally. We're now heading to the pen. The sheep are still looking to go home. They still don't want to go where Still wants to put them. Oh, and unfortunately time is out there. He got close. Well done, Lee and Steele. Our next worker will be Paul Darmody with C-Tree Troy. Troy had a score of 69.5 in the first round.
Testing. Righto, we've got Paul, Darmody and Troy. They've had a bit of a battle, but they've got the sheep up there. Paul hasn't furnished me with much information except to say that nobody would be interested. So Paul's the butcher from Bungendore. Zephyr, Troy, fair bit of Laurie Slater, Wandara, blood in him, I think. They're on their way now, down to the gap. These sheep are a bit tricky. Some are more so. Actually, I think these wethers are working a little bit better than their sisters did during most of the week. Troy's settled these wethers down nicely now. He's probably listening to Damo if he thinks he's right, and doing it his way if he doesn't. Quick, oh, got him. Good work. No, they're not quite beaten yet, but Troy's there. He's there to block them. Paul didn't want him to go through the gap before he got there because he'd have to rework it, so he just put him out to the side there. Troy's a member of a very successful mating. There's Troy, Rod, Marlon, and a couple of bitches. Mating might have been done a couple of times. I don't know them all. From around Canberra, Bungendore. Troy's put him through the gap. That's worth 3 points. This is a Supreme course which was designed in 2003 at Scottsdale on the novice ground once the novice was finished. The Supreme was more difficult than it needed to be, so we decided to form a Supreme course which basically incorporated parts of every state course, and it's been used ever since and is starting to be used widely throughout Australia. It's also set up so that you can change it around quite quickly into a Trans-Tasman course for the likes of the Ted Gaby or the Wallago Cup Series when the New Zealanders come to Australia every second year, because you often run the Wallago Cup at late, last thing in the afternoon, and then you've got to swap the course back to continue the Supreme or the top 20 of it. But last night we had the first round of the Ted Gaby and then the second this morning, so that saved one course change. And the third and final round will be tomorrow morning. These sheep are walking quite nicely for Troy now. Troy goes in on a 69.5. A lot of dogs around that 68 to 74 in this trial. Sheep have been consistent and fairly difficult. Top score in the first round looks like 82. So it just shows you, sometimes at a Supreme you need 93, 92, 93 to get in the top 20, but not this year. I've just got a score in for Lee Jamison and Shenandoah Steele, 16.5, gives him a total of 96. That year I was talking about a Scottsdale in 2003. I think about 84 out of 200 went in. Anyone that scored 84 or above went into the final. And the winner, the eventual winner, scored 147, I think, out of 300. Shows you how difficult they were. It was Lou Noble with a dog. I just can't think of the dog's name at the moment, but it'll be in your program. And second was Doug Connop with a red and white collared, a hairy red and white dog called Christie's Polar, who was a tad unlucky. They've successfully negotiated the bridge, and these sheep are walking along nicely now after that tardy start, and they're heading to the pen. On a Supreme course, the pen's worth 20 points, so if you went around perfectly and didn't get them in the pen, the maximum you can get is 80. Pen 20, bridge 10, race 7, and the gap 3. And often the gap's the hardest one to get them through. The sheep are virtually in the pen. Paul's happy. He's stepped out and he's going to shut the gate on them. Well done, Paul Darmody from Bungendore in New South Wales, and Z-Free Troy. Next competitor is number 60 in your program if you've got one. It's the local boy, Stephen Cross and Echo Park Bazza. Echo Park is Stephen and Simone's prefects. He bred this dog. There's a long line of breeding there that he's owned. Go back a little bit and you've got Glenview Connie, who was by the dog I was talking about a little while ago, Christie's Polar. Stephen represented a number of times with with Connie. And Bazza, I think, is out of her daughter, Sandy. Or Queen, one of the two. walking to the peg now. At the peg now should be Stefan Cross and Echo Park Bazza. Bazza represented, that's the start. That bell signals the start of his 15 minutes, if he needs it, to complete the course. Should be Bazza. Baz has pulled the sheep up now. They gave him a bit of run around, but he's settling them down now. And Stefan's moving him up. As I was saying, Stefan represented South Australia with Bazza at Campbelltown last year in the Ted Gaby. And he's a full brother to Echo Park Lady, who's Stefan is representing with here this year, and I think he'd probably be on top at the moment after 2 rounds of the Ted Gaby. Bazza's got to bring these sheep up to Stefan at the casting peg and bring him in on his left-hand side as he's facing him now, and round behind between Stefan and the judges. And then he's free to leave that casting peg whenever he'd like to. They're still not settled, but once you get them up closer to you, it becomes a little bit easier. Bazza's from a long line of representative dogs. And the litter's been prolific winners of open trials too, including Echo Park Mel, Echo Park Glen, Echo Park Lady, just the ones that I know of. And I think that Bazza was probably Dog of the Year in South Australia last year. Stefan and Baz are on their way to the gap. These sheep are unsettled again. Gap. And if the sheep goes through the completely goes through the gap before he gets in that square set there, he'll have to rework it. And that happened to me on Monday, and it's happened to plenty of other people. They put a lot of weight on your dog going back towards the put away. These wethers are the brothers of the ewes that we've worked all week. And at one stage they looked like they might have been a little bit easier, but the last couple of lots don't look that way. Next person out after Stefan will be number 80 on your program, Barry Knight from Toowoomba in Queensland with Lana's Mavis, going in on a 65.5. Bazak went in on a 70.5. Troy a 69.5. Steele a 79.5. These are the previous runners. Sally, Riverborn Sally, I think it was, at 66.5, and the first two, Jane and Griffin, on a 71. They're proving very testy at this stage. They'd probably rather be sitting under the shade, chewing their cud, and not being hassled by a dog. At this stage, I'd like to acknowledge our major sponsor for this Australian Supreme, High Pro, makers of Dogpro. They've got a great range of products. Go and see their representative, their breeding representative and sales representative, Alison Burrell, who's in the bar area, basically, of this complex. She can answer all your questions and probably have a few sample bags. We use their premium grain-free product for our dogs. I find it very good. I suppose I shouldn't talk about grain-free, where all the grain is growing. But a dog in the wild eats very little or no grain. They scavenge, they kill, they eat the complete carcass, which they get full scope of nutrition out of. High Pro, their factory is at Hawkesbury in the outskirts of Richmond, the outskirts of Sydney. They are great sponsors of sheepdog trialling in the 5 mainland states. You got them through. Well done, Steph. They're on their way now to the race. Well, the sheep are on their way to the put away, but Baz has turned them round. They sponsor our test team, which goes over to compete against New Zealand at Ashburton at the show this year. I think they leave on about the 24th of October. And they sponsor the Australian test team, and they supply product to any trial that uses them as a major sponsor. And that product, A, benefits the local trial, but also a percentage of each sale, I think it's $100, goes towards the Australian test team. And the other money goes to the state to help them to conduct the High Pro Australian Supreme Championships when their turn comes around, which is once every 6 or 7 years. Now, Baz has got a motoring. They're off now. They've gone straight through the race and they're off to the bridge. I think Baz is winning the war, but he's taken a few hits in the process. And if he hasn't, his score has. Our judges here, we have 2 judges at the Supreme each year. We've got Gordon Curtis from Calabarra in Western Australia, very experienced judge, and Michael Depler from Western Victoria. He's also a very experienced judge, and I may be wrong, but I think this is his 3rd Supreme that he's judged. And, sorry? Yeah, I think it's Gordon's first one, but he's managed the Australian test team going to when they competed at Toowoomba, 2012. Past president of the Australian Sheepdog Workers Association, past president of the West Australian Working Sheepdog Association. One came out of the wings of the bridge, but Baz has got them back together. Baz is probably hoping the bell rings, I'd say. Now he's turned them round. He wants to get this bridge pretty quickly because that'll pick him up 10 points. And you just don't know how the dogs that are still to come will fare. And of this top 20, 10 will go into the final tomorrow, starting about 11 o'clock. Well, Baz has got them. And the big fella's striding out towards the pen, but I think time may come up too soon. That's time for Stefan and Baz. Give him a big hand. Baz has done a good job. They really asked the questions and he answered them. And if he'd had another probably minute, he'd have put them in the pen. And then they would have had a killer. Or something to share. Baz is not done with them yet. He's going to put them in just to show them who the boss is.
Baz is not finished.
He was
He wants to put them in the pen anyway.
Next out, we've got Barry Knight from Toowoomba. Somerville Blood, Malcolm Taylor. In her. Been quite successful. In Queensland, Mavis, she's not a big dog, she's got a big heart. striding out now. Let our people, let our team, release team are ready. They've got the ropes. They're whistling to let the judge know that they're right to go. And they've been doing a great job this last week. Other than competitors, there's three things that we need at a sheepdog trial. One's a judge or judges. Two are sheep. That's the bell for the signalling the start of 15 minutes. And we don't know whether it's of purgatory or pleasure. Mavis has got behind these sheep. Not all that old, I think. I'll see if I can find any info on her. Barry comes from Liquid Amber Street in Glenvale, and I told his son that'd be a good name, good prefix for him to use, Liquid Amber. But I don't think he has used it. He's had a few stints in trialling. He came back in 2015, but he started when he was a young fella with some cattle. Went cattle dog trialling and possibly a bit of sheepdog trialling. This part of the trial is called the draw, where the dog is gradually introducing herself to the sheep and convincing them to come to accept her influence and move quietly up towards her handler. Sometimes they like a dog and behave, other times they feel threatened by it and play up a lot, or they think it's weak and they put a lot of pressure on it and cart it sideways and backwards and make it very difficult for the dog. Most sheep are very good assessors of the dog that's working them. If the dog's too strong and threatening, they won't take their eyes off them. If they're too weak and wishy-washy, they ignore the dog, very much like humans would. I might just have to get a few different opinions on what they are. People say that they're dumb. Unfortunately, they're smarter than most people. Mavis has got these sheep coming up fairly nicely at this stage. Bailey tells me that this Mavis is the best bitch in his father's team, even though he's got a dog in there that won a New South Championship. Mavis has delivered them. They've gone past the balance point between Barry and the judges. Barry thinks they're pretty good, pretty settled, and he's leaving the casting peg now and asking Mavis to bring them with him. They've just made a little dash for it and just snuck off course, and the judges are watching for that. To get a big score or to get a perfect score, they have to stay between those markers all the way around the course and not be more than 9 metres in front or 9 metres behind and not turn back. It's very difficult, nigh impossible on these sheep to run 100. They're little darters. They darted again then, but Mavis was there to block them. But they're not done yet. They'd much prefer to be camped under a mallee tree or something than be out here being hassled by man and dog. Barry stepped into the square at the gap there and he's asking Mavis to bring him forward and put him through. And she's achieved that. Had she done it before he got in the set, she would have had to redo it. He's going to stand there for a little bit and see if Mavis can bring him back on course before he leaves. Barry's happy with them now. They're back on course. He's stepped out and he's off to the race, and he's got to keep on going at that pace. He can go over those markers or inside them, but the judges, that's what the judges are looking for. They don't want you to go outside them because that just widens the width of the course and makes it easier for your dog. So they keep a little bit of a look at that. Bad luck. Mavis lost sight of the other two and she didn't want to lose that lead sheep. And in the meantime, those other two walked round behind her. That constitutes a cross. And so that's the end of the penny section. No score. Very disappointing when you come as far as Barry has, but we all get disappointments. Barry. Now we've got the sweeper dog going to take them off. Mostly the sheep are fairly cooperative there. They want to go that way. Yep. They're hoping they get in the shade of a tree there and rest up because they've had their turn for today. Every competitor gets fresh sheep. So next out.
Next worker on the ground will be Milton Cross with an Andrina Floss. After Milton's run, we will have a break to let the judges have a drink, and then we'll continue on with, first after the break, David Lacey with Acuna Blondie.
Won't slip down. It was at one stage. There goes Tom in there, photo. This is his red. Yes. In Tassie, yeah. And he got an Australian team. Yeah, that's right. That's the bell to indicate the start of the 15 minutes for Milton. He's a local boy, Milton Cross, and Andrina Floss. They represented South Australia at Campbelltown in Tasmania last year and in the Ted Gaby, and they were successful. They were in the top 4, and they then went on 4 days later to represent Australia when the Kiwis came over, and that Australian team won the Wallago Cup. So this year the Kiwis will be very hungry to get it back in their grip. Floss is bringing the sheep up. Floss is just settling these sheep out here in the draw. Completed the cast and the lift. For those that don't know, if a dog goes between the sheep and the handler, that's a cross and automatic disqualification, no score. If a dog bites and damages a sheep, that's a disqualification. If the judges deem that the sheep charged the dog and it gave a little nip in self-defence, they may let it keep on going. There's a lot of ways to get beaten, and that's a couple of ways. Get disqualified, get a cross, lose your sheep, that's the end of the penny section as well. I always say that there's luck involved in sheepdog trialling and it's not always good, but when it is, you grab it with both hands and hang on hard. Floss is bringing these sheep up nicely. Floss, bred by Milton. Got Milton's prefix. I'll just look it up, see if I got any info. Floss has delivered these sheep now. A little bit on Milton. He's a farmer from Strathalbyn. Been trialling for 38 years. Won 3 South Australian championships with the same family of dogs. State rep several times. Milton and Floss have got these sheep settled nicely in front of the gap. Floss has just put them through. She's a girl. She just put them through the gap, and Milton's on his way now to the race. Floss is going to put them back on course. That's not an easy task at this stage. We've got another couple of scores in. We've got Linda Denning working Riverbourne Georgie, dog number 80. Hang on, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Forget about that. We've got Paul Darmody and Z-Free Troy First round 69.5, second round 62, for a total of 131.5. They're flying now, Floss and Milton. And next one up is Stephen Cross and Echo Park Bazza. 70.5 plus 23 gives them a total of 93.5. I think we are having a blow after this one. Let the judges have a short break and a bite to eat and a drink. And after that break, after that luncheon break, we'll be starting again with David Lacey and Acuna Blondie, who go in on 71.5. Floss is on her way now to the bridge. Milton stepped into the workers' ring square at the bridge. Floss is putting the sheep into the wings of the bridge. Floss is backing him in, and she's wagging her tail and sending him a little message too. She'd probably would prefer not to go any closer, and she'd like him to turn off her and go up the bridge. It's a nerve-wracking situation as a handler when you're in this situation. Anything can happen. Sheep can turn and go up the bridge. Sheep can come out over the top of your dog, or nothing happens at all.
Well said, Jim.
You have to complete each obstacle before you can move on to the next one. Some cattle dog trials, when the 2-minute bell rings, you can head for the put-away pen. Been a little break out there, but they haven't got far away. Sometimes they'll turn around and go straight up it, because it's very risky when they're standing facing your dog. So Milton will be hoping that Floss can turn them around and push them straight back up there before they've got time to turn around. They don't want to take their eyes off Floss. There's another one breaks out and goes round the side. Floss has kept the other two in there, and so the first fella, he wants to get back to his mates, but he's not sure what's the shortest way to do it. That might be the best thing, put them over, and they might draw their mate over next time. Cost a couple of points, but gets you out of a sticky situation. So Milton sends Floss clockwise around to pick those 3 sheep up and bring them back around. The 2 that have been over without any hassle, they'll probably do it again, but it just depends whether their mate's willing to follow them, or whether he's got a different flight plan. Here they go, straight up and over. Milton will be pleased. Floss will be pleased too to get out of that. They're on their way now to the pen. I don't know how long they've got left, but they need to complete it within 15 minutes or they don't get the pen, which is worth 20 points. That's a big asset. Milton's striding out, and Floss is carrying the sheep along nicely, so he may not have much time, I don't know, or else he's decided not to give him any time to think. They're lined up. Milton's calling Floss in. He's just telling her to be a little bit patient. I think they're nearly in. Milton steps out of the ring, closes the gate, and we'll leave that up to the judges to decide whether that was shut or not. Righto, I think we're having a short break of 20 minutes or so. How long? 15-minute break while the judges get some nourishment and get off their feet for 5, have a feed, a drink, and go to the little boys. And then we'll be back with David Lacey and Akuna Blondie. So we'll see you then.
The canteen will be closing at 2:30, so anybody wants anything, last cup of tea or coffee before they shut, now's the time to get it.
We're just having a short afternoon tea break. We'll be recommencing trialling at around 2:30. That's also when our canteen closes, so if you're looking for something to eat or drink, wander over to the Wistow on High Pop-Up Shop and grab yourself something to eat before they close at 2:30. Around 3:30, 4 o'clock, the football club do open the bar, so then you're able to go there and get yourself a cool drink if you're looking for something to wet the whistle. We've got some scores in for you. So Barry Knight, who was out at number 7 with Lana's Mavis, unfortunately crossed, so he retains his score of 65.5. Milton Cross with Andrina Floss. One judge gave him a 53, one gave him a 46, which gives him an average of 49.5. Added to his first round score of 73.5 gives him a total of 123. The first dog back after the break will be David Lacey working Akuna Blondie. He'll be followed by Tom Joyce working Kalira Boone, and then Eileen Moriarty working Riverbourne Fran. Okay, so we're just about ready to start again. Our two judges have just had a quick break to grab a cup of coffee before we continue on in this, the final top 20 at this 2023 Dogpro Plus Supreme Championship. So the next competitor that will be coming out is David Lacey. David's come from Victoria and he'll be working his dog Akuna Blondie. They've qualified for the top 20 after putting up a score of 71.5 in their first round. Following David will be Tom Joyce from Malakwana Station, and he'll be working he'll be working Kalira Boone. And then following Tom will be Eileen Moriarty from New South Wales with Riverbourne Fran. Okay, so the judge has got the flag up, and that's just a signal for the guys down at the sheep release to let these sheep out. You'll see there's two fellows there on the ropes. What they're doing is just walking those sheep out to that red cone that's on the ground. That squeaky sound is our buzzer, and that indicates that David's time has started. So he starts his trial with 15 minutes. And he starts with 100 points. So this first part of the trial is called the cast. And you can send your dog either to the left or to the right. It purely depends on which way the sheep might be drawing. But sometimes dogs have a preference. They prefer to go one way over the other. But that was a beautiful deep cast. Sent it out to the left and it stopped behind those sheep. This first part of the trial we actually call the cast, lift and draw. So the cast has happened, and now what's happening is that David's trying to get his dog to lift these sheep and to draw them down the ground to him in as straight a line as possible. And that's what the judges are looking for. They're looking for how these sheep come down the ground. Ideally, they'll come straight down the ground to David's left-hand side. And they're walking quite nicely. They're just turning, having a look at the dog. This first part of the trial is a bit of an introduction. Gives the handler an opportunity just to work out how these sheep are going to run. Generally in the three you've got one sheep that is a leader, and so it's a matter of working out which one of those sheep is going to do the right thing and help you to lead the sheep through. The dog's just keeping a little bit of distance here just to keep these sheep walking along. It doesn't want to put too much pressure on. David's just taking his time at the moment, just trying to work out which one of those sheep is going to do the right thing. They're in a lovely position there. They come down onto his left-hand side, and what they'll do is they'll come down and go around behind David at that casting peg. He can't actually move from there until the sheep have gone around behind him. So he's just got to maintain his position there. All he can do on this Supreme course is direct his dog by voice command or by whistle. He can use hand signals to direct the dog, but he can't influence the sheep in any way. For those of you that were watching this morning, we worked a Trans-Tasman course, and there are sections in that course where you can assist your dog. There's some New Zealand driving sections and some free working areas. But this course that we're working now is a Supreme course. It was created several years ago now by all of the states in agreement to come up with a course that could be used each year. So there are some parts of it that are adopted from the South Australian and Tasmanian course, some from New South Wales and Victoria, Western Australia, and of course Queensland. Every state has a little bit different course, but at the end they're all the same. The end result is to try and get those sheep in the pen. Oh, that one sheep's just taken off, but Blondie's up to the task. It's got them back together. Just got them milling around there. David's a very experienced handler. He's represented, I think, Queensland and Western Australia in his time. He's represented Australia as well. And he and his wife Vicky, they now live in Victoria. We're very grateful to David. He actually judged our novice competition, which we had last Saturday and Sunday. And we certainly appreciate David for doing that for us. Those sheep are now in a good position. You'll see they've come around to his right-hand side and they're positioned within a corridor. So out on the ground you'll see there's some red markers and some yellow markers. Now those course markers actually mark out a corridor. To not lose points, the dog needs to keep those sheep within the corridor as they move from one obstacle to the next. When they duck outside of those corridors, or if they get too far in front or too far behind, the judges do look to take points. So they start with 100 points and they lose points as they go around for little things like that when they go off of course or if they get too far behind. But they also lose points if they go around obstacles or just for sometimes bad work. We've got two very experienced judges for this championship. We've got Mr. Michael Depler. He's come from Condar in Victoria. I think this is his third Supreme that he's judged, and we're very grateful for his experience and knowledge. And we've got Mr. Gordon Curtis from Kellerberrin in Western Australia. This is his first Supreme that he's judged, but he has judged at Australian level when we've sent our test team to New Zealand, and also he's judged a test in Australia. So to have two judges of the calibre that we do here, we are very grateful and thankful for their experience. So David's now taken up position. You'll see on the ground there's a set square. He can't move from that until the sheep have cleared the obstacle. So he'll stand within that and he'll just direct his dog by voice command and whistle. Oh, and they've just gone around. That was well done. So Blondie's now got those sheep through the gap. And they're back within the corridor as they're now heading towards the second obstacle, which we call the race. Once again, there's a corridor marked on the ground between the gap and the race. And Blondie's got those sheep just walking in that corridor. They're just about now at the race. Oh, and they've just ducked to the side. So it's those little things like that is where the judges take points. So they've now gone around behind that obstacle. So Dave's trying to get Blondie to now bring them back to the mouth of the race. They're just down the side of their obstacle at the moment, but they now have got them back around to the front. There we go. He's got them. Oh no, one's decided to go down the side. One's gone through, but unfortunately he's now got to pull 3 up. Dave's having a bit of trouble here at the race, but he's not alone. And quite a few of the runs today haven't been easy. These sheep are trying, the dogs. There we go. Beautiful work there to collect those sheep and put them through the race. These triallers, you'll just see Dave looking at his watch. They know how much time they've got. They start with 15 minutes. So he'll motor along here. He needs to maintain an even pace as he goes from one obstacle to the next. So he'll be getting Blondie to bring those sheep up in that corridor as quickly as she can as they head now towards the bridge. It's a hard thing because you know you're getting short on time and you've got to try and get as many obstacles as you can, but you don't want to leave those sheep too far behind either, because if you do, the judges are looking to take points. And those judges are taking every point. If you ask any of the triallers, I'll soon tell you. There's not leaving any behind. So David, he's now in position again at the bridge. He's in that set square. And he's got the sheep. And once again, that little sheep's just ducked around the side of the bridge. But Blondie was up to the challenge, has got them back. They're now in the mouth of the bridge. And that was beautiful, beautiful work there to collect that one, which is one that wanted to have a look down the side, but he's managed to get them together over the bridge and then now heading to the pen. Once again, David looks at his watch. He knows exactly how much time he's got as they're heading towards the pen. Blondie's doing a great job here. Those sheep have kept up to Dave. Dave's stepping it out. He's now at the pen. He's in that square, so he'll stay there now until those sheep have gone into the pen. And look at that. They've gone straight in. But of course, Dave's not going to step out till he knows they've settled. Righto, they're in the pen now. Dave's happy. He's stepped out and he's going to close that gate. And beautiful job. Well done. So that was David Lacey, and he was working a Kuna Blondie. So he had a first round score of 71.5, and we'll have a score come in from the judges shortly. The next competitor to the ground will be South Australian, Tom Joyce, and he comes from Malakwana Station. If Stefan Cross is on the ground, we're looking for someone else down at the sheep yards. So we've got Tom Joyce on the ground now. He's from Malakwana Station. And he's working his dog Kilira Boone. Now they've made the top 20 after putting up a first round score of 73. And Tom and Boone, they've successfully cast out and are now bringing those sheep down the ground. Bringing them down towards what we call the casting peg. So we've got Tom Joyce out here with Boone, and they're bringing them down to his left-hand side. Tom worked earlier today in the Interstate Challenge with one of his other dogs, Oakdown Sammy. He's part of the South Australian team this year, and at the moment South Australia are actually leading. So Tom is paired with Stefan Cross, and they've done very well over the first 2 rounds. They've got 1 round to go in the morning. Boone's got these sheep down the ground now to Tom. They've come down around behind him. They're in a perfect position now as he heads towards the gap. He's just trying to keep those sheep in those corridors. And he's trying to get them out onto his right-hand side. Tom and Boone, they're making their way now down to the gap. Tom and Boone recently represented the SA Yard Dog Association in the utility trial. So Tom's having a bit of a go at both 3 sheep and utility, and he's establishing himself as a very good handler. Beautifully done. They've got them through the gap, and he'll just bring them now back into the corridor as they heads off towards the race. These sheep are proving to be a little bit difficult to work. They keep trying to break and go back to where they've come from. Every competitor that comes out on the ground is given 3 fresh sheep to work, so they haven't been worked by anybody else. By doing that, nobody has an advantage or an unfair advantage, because sometimes if you've got sheep that somebody else has worked and they've been run around, it makes it very difficult for your dog to work those sheep. So that's why we try and find 3 fresh sheep for every competitor, and we're very lucky here that we've got access to some farmers that are prepared, A, to let us use the sheep, but B, that they've got enough that we can actually use them. So for this championship, we've been able to use the sheep provided by Stephen Eckert and Karen Albrechtstein, and we are very grateful to them for their support. That was very well done. They've gone straight through the race. Tom's just got them back, wheeled them around on course. He's making this look easy now as he's heading down towards the bridge. We've got a good mix here at this trial of Border Collies and Kelpies. We don't discriminate on breed. It's just that some handlers prefer working Kelpies over Border Collies and vice versa. But for these farmers, particularly for Tom, he needs his dogs to be versatile and be able to work on his farm as well as on the trial ground. He's now making his way to the bridge, keeping them walking along inside that corridor. He's doing a nice job out here. So of course Tom started with 15 minutes, and at this stage I don't think time's going to be a problem to Tom. He's getting around quite quickly. Those sheep are now in the mouth of the bridge, just milling around there. Boone's just covering those sheep. They've turned and they're having a bit of a look at the dog, stamping their feet. Tom's just asking Boone to give him a bit of space. There we go. Boone's got them looking. Quite often it's just one. You just need one to look and he'll take his mates with him. Tom's got his dog there just getting ready to push those sheep up over the bridge. He's got to be careful here though. He doesn't want to put too much pressure on, otherwise those sheep will come out over the top of his dog, and that could mean that it's all over, particularly if the sheep cross the dog. They're just in the bridge. And Boone's trying everything he can to try and get those sheep to move. He's got them backing up there. And the sheep are thinking, oh, we'll just have a bit of a look while we're up here. They're in no hurry to get off. It's frustrating for the handler when this happens. They can't help their dog in any other way than by commanding their dog, by voice or by whistle, and that's sometimes the trouble. Two of the sheep have just come out, so Boone's now got to get them back and put them back into the obstacle. One's still up on the bridge, so hopefully it might draw the other two up. He's got them back. And there we go, back into the bridge, and hopefully this time they'll drill them and go straight over the top. There we go. Nope. 2, 3. Well done. So he's just turned them around back into the corridor as they head now towards the pen. It's so frustrating for the handler. They want to help and they can't. It'd be very tempting, you know, to stick your arm in and give those sheep a bit of a poke and get them moving when they're stuck on the bridge, but you can't do that. But they've gone over and we're now heading towards the pen. And look at that, looks like they're going to go straight in. Tom's in position, he's in that set square, Boone's covered. They've gone into the pen, sitting at the back. Tom's happy, out he steps, and he's about to shut the gate. Well done. Well done, that was our South Australian competitor, Tom Joyce. He's from Mullaquana Station near Whyalla, and that was his dog, Kalira Boone. So of course they started with a first round score of 73, and he'll have a score come in a moment which will add to his first round score. The next competitor to the ground will be Eileen Moriarty with Riverbourne Fran, and then Eileen will be followed by David Lacey working Akuna Holly.
Out on course now, we've got Linda Denning with the winner, with Riverbourne Fran, who won the novice earlier in the week. Eileen Moriarty, sorry, with Riverbourne Fran. I think also in the improver final tomorrow. Yes. So Fran's handling these sheep very well. Won the novice. Fran's got these 3 sheep up nicely. Eileen says that they own and operate a whiskey and rum distillery, Riverbourne Distillery, so probably got plenty of friends. Have been trialling for around 8 years. Highlight of her trialling career is winning the novice at the Commonwealth Championships with Royal and Ned. And I'd expect that this week will go up on her highlights sheet as well, having won the novice and being in the top 20 and the final of the improver. I don't know the breeding of Riverbourne Fran, but they come from Wild Cattle Flat Road, Captain's Flat, New South Wales. Sounds like a good place to have a distillery. Eileen's been trialling for about 8 years. Fran's got the sheep around the casting peg and moving them down towards the gap. Still working hard, but winning the war so far. That might be losing a point, of course, on the inside, but there's a bit of room there. You can afford to lose a few so long as you can hold them. Fran's working very well.
That's supposed to be on the left or the right?
Cheeky sheep that just ducked past on the inside, but Fran was there to block them. But they haven't given up yet. Good shot. Yeah.
What happened to your car? Pardon? No, actually, you should get that for nothing. You can. Yeah. How is your mum? She's looking a lot slimmer.
Fran just got those sheep, put those sheep through the gap, and they've settled down nicely. And Eileen and Fran are taking these sheep across to the race, which is the next obstacle. Eileen's got to keep a constant pace in her walk across there. Whatever pace she leaves her set at, she's got to maintain that, or else risk points deductions. Sheep are walking along nicely. Fran's probably might have won the battle, I think. Well, has at this stage anyway.
Why are there so many white dogs?
Over now at the race there. Eileen standing in the set, the square set at the race. Fran's just rolling them around in front. Giving them a moment to look and think. I think they'd like to go past, but Fran was there to block them. whoops, one's going to go the other way. Didn't like the look of up the race, and one ducks out, but didn't get very far away. Fran will go and bring it back in a minute. And they walked through quietly. They gave up, they couldn't get away, so they decided to comply. Got a bit of time left. Once they've settled down and accept the dog, sometimes you can get around fairly quickly, although the bridge has been a major sticking point most of the week. Brought us all unstuck, or cost us a lot of time. Fran's asking, Eileen's asking Fran to bring them up as she approaches the bridge. She doesn't want to drop points, leaving them behind. She's bringing them up now, much closer to Eileen. Eileen stepped into the set there at the bridge. Fran's just covering them. Eileen will be hoping that it doesn't take too long here. Bit of bad luck there, one ducked around the inside. Eileen must have told Fran to push. She put a good bit of pressure on there and they've gone up on top. She might have to bring her back and get her to go up on the ramp, which she's done quite happily. Off they go. So she's got those 10 points. Oh, that's bad luck. There's time. That's time for Eileen Moriarty and Fran. We'll get a score in due course. Next one out, I think, is
next worker on the ground, David Lacey with Arkuna Holly, followed by David Hines with Darkula Molly, and standby Linda Denning.
That's time. That's the bell. The signal has started that 15 minutes for David Lacey and Holly. David and Vicky reside in Victoria now. I think pretty close to Shepparton. David originally from Western Australia. Then he and Vicky resided in Warwick in Queensland, near Warwick in Queensland for quite a few years, and now have a daughter down the Gold Coast. And the son was working in Nyngan at that stage, but I think he might be in Victoria now, and that's where David and Vicky reside now too. They've been there about 12, 15, 18 months, and these sheep are playing up a bit. David and Holly are on their way down to the gap. Holly's from a long line of dogs that David successfully bred that I think based on Pendula Blondie. Since lunchtime, we've had David Lacey and a Kuna Blondie with a 52.5 to go with the first round of 71.5 for a total of 124. Followed by Tom Joyce and Kiera Boone, probably named after David Boone, 60.5 to go with a first round of 73 to give him 133.5. Then Eileen Moriarty has just finished working Riverbourne Fran, and out on the ground at the moment is David Lacey and Akuna Holly. Holly went in with a 68. David will be followed by David Hines with Tarkula Holly on 67. Holly's got them through the race and they're on their way now to the bridge. They look to be just staying on course. She's doing a good job. Basically a white dog with a few black spot patches. They've just ducked around the front of the bridge. Holly's been sent around to pick them up and bring them back. They've got him over the bridge.
You've got them on the board, mate. We're all chasing you.
There it is, a pen for David and Holly, who will get a score in due course. Next competitor to the peg will be David Hines and Takula Molly, going in with a score of 67. Followed by Linda Denning and Windy Booby, going in on a score of 70. Stand by Paul Darmody and Annaway Dotty going in on a score of 70. David Hines comes from St Arundel in Victoria. He's a farmer. A little about David. He won his first open trial in 1975. Ross Dodge was the judge. I prefer field trials and have had success at the Captain Payne 3 times, including the perfect 100 from both judges. Rep for Victoria 3 times and Australia once in 2016. Molly won the right to represent Victoria last year, but he had a previous music booking. David did. Molly's won a field trial. That's bell, the signal time for the David and Molly. They've got 15 minutes to complete the course. They don't need to use all the time, but it's there if they want it. Molly's bringing the sheep up steadily towards David at the casting peg. Got to bring him in on his left and around between David and the judge just before he's free to move on to the next obstacle, which is the gap. It's 90 to 100 metres down. Fairly difficult to get down there neat and tidily. The sheep have a big part to say in that and prove pretty difficult often.
What's your new house like?
These sheep have just ducked across on the inside of David, heading to the put-away. Molly's over there. She's pulling them up and going to bring them back. David stepped into the set at the gap, and Molly's just rolling them around, getting ready to put them through the gap.
Buggered yet? Oh, days ago. Why don't people put hard hats on their kids?
They mostly survive.
But,
They mostly survive.
yeah.
They just ducked around, and Molly's bringing them back around the gap now. This is the obstacle, along with the bridge, that's cost the most time and points throughout the week. through the gap. Molly's got him through the gap. And the sheep thought that was the end of it. They were heading for the put away, but Molly's grabbed him, got around the front of him, pulled him up, and bring him back to David. David steps out of the worker set now, and he's off to the race. Molly's just holding him there until he gets opposite. One's taken off. They took that opportunity to shoot out in front, past the race. David striding out. Represented Australia at Northam in 2016. Along with Grant Cook, Roy Potticari and Malcolm Taylor. You've never quite got these sheep. They've now got nearly back to the let out, put away. And they've abandoned the arena. Molly thought she might go and get him, but David's called her off. One's left in and two have left. Looked like they were going okay too, but no, they saw a little gap and they took off. Next into the ring will be Linda Denning with Windia Bobby. She's from around Canberra. I think I'll have a look. I'll look it up for you in a minute. Followed by Paul Darmody and Anaway Dotty. Followed by Ken Gelbart, Alvin Gra Vern, and stand by Pip Hudson and Hudson's Derby.
So we've got Linda Denning out there at the moment with Windire Bobby, and she's making her way to the end of the ground to start to pick up the sheep and bring them back to her at the peg. So in sheepdog trialling, we have people from all sorts of walks of life, and of course there are a lot of farmers out there and people with full-time work in stock handling and working dogs, but we also have people from other jobs, and Linda out there at the moment, he's a teacher and an artist, and she's been trialling now for about 10 years, and she just enjoys getting around the country, travelling with her dogs, enjoying their company and working well together. So far, Bobby's been able to just bring those sheep up nice and quietly, and they're just in that space in front of Linda at the moment. It's a good opportunity to begin to work the sheep down and just to get them used to having the dog out there and showing them just that the dog is capable of closing down all these little breaks that we see, and just convincing the sheep that really the best way is to just wander around the course without challenging the dog too much. So we'll just catch up on a few scores. So number 10 in the final was Tom Joyce with Kalara Boone, and he had a first round score of 73 and a second round score of 60.5, giving him a total of 133.5. We then had Eileen Moriarty with Riverborn Fran, and they had a first round score of 71.5 and a second round of 39.5 for a total of 111. And then just up after her was David Lacey with Akuna Holly. Had a first round score of 68 and a second round score of 44.5 for a total of 112.5. And then in the previous run just now, we had David Hines working Tarcoola Molly. They had a first round score of 67 and then unfortunately lost their sheep in the last run, so they'll receive 0 points. And that'll give them a total of 67. So Linda and Bobby are continuing to work these sheep towards the gap. They've just had to redirect their sheep back onto course a couple of times, but otherwise they're travelling along well.
It's cash on the side, huh?
So far, Bobby's been doing a really good job of just shutting down all those little breaks. Just continuing to show the sheep that they can't get away. So Bobby's had to work pretty hard to get these sheep back on course, and sheep are getting a little bit fidgety, but they're through the gap now. Some nice work. And so now they'll begin their walk towards the race. And again, they'll be trying to keep those sheep within the 9 metre corridor of the cones that are marked out there. The yellow cones mark the inside where the competitor has to walk, and the red cones mark the outside, which the dog is attempting to hold those sheep inside. Been a nice carry across there to the race with the sheep just asking a few little questions, but staying with inside the corridor most of the way down. So Bobby's got them set inside the mouth, and then one makes a quick breakaway, but they'll reset and have another go, and through they go. And so now Linda and Bobby are on their way to the bridge. The bridge can often be one of the more challenging of the obstacles. At times it's the first time that sheep have had to go somewhere they can't exactly see the other side, so they can be a little resistant from time. So after bubbling past the mouth of the obstacle the first time, Linda and Bobby have got them reset, and they're just trying to settle them into the mouth of the bridge there now, but unfortunately they've found the gap on the other side, and they've now made their way all the way down the end of the obstacle, which will cost them some points as they're off course. It's been some great work by Bobby so far to just get those sheep back into the mouth, and they're firmly in there right up to the ramp now. It'll just be a matter of turning the sheep around and getting him to have a look, but unfortunately, again, they've made a break for it. And they've come outside of the obstacle and they'll have to reset again. And these sheep have been quite determined not to go up that bridge at all. But that won't stop them trying, so Linda and Bobby will have another go. The longer you are at an obstacle without getting it, the more the sheep seem to learn all the tricks to get away. And you see they look like they were about to run up that ramp, but they've turned around and challenged again. That one sheep just seems determined not to go up there. You can see him darting around inside the mouth of the obstacle, desperate to find any other way out. And around the side he goes again. And with time marching on, it looks like it's going to be a tough ending here for Linda and Bobby. And unfortunately, they weren't able to get those sheep up the bridge in the end. So they'll lose some points there for the last two obstacles they weren't able to complete. It's certainly not easy out there, but they've certainly given it everything they got and worked quite well just up until that very end. So the next competitor up will be Paul Darmody, working Anaway Dotty. Paul is from New South Wales and is currently serving as the patron for the Australian Sheepdog Workers Association. So those sheep have come out bouncing and they don't look like they're going to settle. So the judges have called Paul away from the peg. They'll take those sheep off and reset them for another release and hopefully get a bit of a better result next time. I expect that Paul will be the next competitor again. He'll just, once we've put these sheep away, he'll step back up to the peg with the same dog and have a second shot at getting a release. So Paul Darmody and Anaway Dotty are coming into this top 20 run with a very respectable first round score of 70. The sheep here at Strathalbyn this year have been certainly challenging and providing quite a few interesting moments out there for both the dog and the handler. And it looks to be a much better release this time, and Anaway Dotty is away. Dotty's running beautifully wide and deep along the fence. And she's arrived behind the sheep there, and the sheep haven't even noticed. So now she'll be looking to just gently introduce herself to the sheep and make them aware that she's there. But do it in a way that doesn't panic them, doesn't stress them, so that she can begin working them slowly back up towards the peg where Paul is standing. So these sheep are making their way up the ground at a nice steady pace, turning around every now and then just to check and see that dog is still there, just to assess the situation. Dotty's just continuing to keep a little bit of pressure on, just to keep those sheep moving up towards the peg. You see these sheep are just circling around each other now. It'd be an encouraging sign for Paul. They're not looking to make a break or a dart past the dog, but they're just rolling around, just relieving the pressure a little bit and just making their way steadily up the ground. Now that the sheep have arrived up towards the peg there, the job is to get them around that peg in an anti-clockwise direction. And once the sheep have gone around, then there's a line that's marked in there with a cone. Paul will be free to start walking towards the gap and moving the sheep towards the first obstacle. It's been a strong start so far for Paul and Dottie, and they've been able to bring the sheep up to the peg and around without having too many dramas at all, and everything stayed nice and calm and under control. This can be a tricky phase of a trial now as they change directions and head back up the ground. Sometimes the sheep gain a bit of confidence here and start to take on the dog, and as you can see, that's what's happening here. But Dottie's up to the task of shutting them down, but the attacks still keep coming. So Paul will be looking to get the sheep back on course now, but he'll be wanting to do it in a way that just continues to settle them and just prepare them to go around the rest of the course. And often it can be that a breakaway like that is just enough to give the sheep the last bit of convincing that they need, that they can't get away from the dog. The dog's got them covered. And so very often that can be the last challenge that you see, and the sheep can start to move through the obstacles and around the course easily. Dottie's done a great job to get those sheep back on course now, and they'll be preparing to put them through the gap. At the moment, the sheep are facing the wrong way. They're looking at the dog and they haven't yet seen the gap. They've got a quick look at it now. So hopefully, having seen the gap, they might turn around and just run on through it. It's found a leader and on they go. Dottie's quick to run out and cover them as they make another little break. So again, there's a bit of work to do now for Dottie to bring those sheep back onto course and continue settling them ready for the next obstacle. The next obstacle is called the race, and it's just a set of panels in a Y shape that will funnel the sheep through. So the sheep are about 10 metres away from the race now. They're coming back onto course nicely. So we have a score in for Linda Denning and Windire Bobby. They had a first round score of 70.5 and a second round score of 17, giving them a total of 87.5. So Paul and Dottie have got those sheep through the race now and back under control and on their way towards the bridge. So on the walk between the obstacles, there's a 9-metre corridor for the sheep to walk through. They need to stay inside that corridor at all times to be on course, and if they drift outside, they'll be considered off course and points will be taken away. They also need to stay within a 9-metre square, either in front or behind of the worker. If they go too far in front, then there'll be points taken off, and if they go too far behind, then points will be taken off. And so at this point, the sheep are coming up to the bridge now. They're about 10 metres away from the mouth. So the sheep are all well inside the mouth now and just at the base of the ramp on the bridge. This is always a bit of a pressure point in any trial, just getting those sheep to turn now and have a look up that ramp. At the moment the sheep are all facing the wrong way, although one has started to have a look. It's a fine balancing act here between applying pressure and not forcing the situation too much. Too much force and those sheep will make a break for it and run out over the top of the dog. Not enough force and they'll get too comfortable sitting at the bottom of the bridge, but over they go. And now Paul and Dottie are making their way for home, with only the pen now to complete. But unfortunately, time got away from them now, and so they won't be able to complete the pen. But it's a good run for Paul Darmody and Anaway Dottie. So just repeating the score for Linda Denning and Windyer Bobby. They had a first round score of 70.5. A second round score of 17 for a total of 87.5. Sometimes I think one of the favourite pastimes of sheepdog triallers is coming up with names that commentators and announcers can't pronounce. But the next competitor up now will be Ken Gelbart from Victoria, working Evlingra Verne. Ken's coming into the top 20 round, having scored very well in the first round, a score of 82. 82 is the highest score in the first round draw. And so they'll be hoping for another good score to secure themselves a place in the top 10 final for tomorrow, where they'll be shooting out for the title of the Australian Supreme Champion. So they have another tricky release here at the moment. They're just trying to straighten those sheep up to the judge's liking. And the sheep are having different opinions about that. So the judges have called Ken away from the peg, and they'll put those sheep away and start again with a fresh set of 3. Been a handful of tricky releases this afternoon, and 1 or 2 yesterday as well. These sheep are fairly tricky at times, and certainly don't want to always play the game. Of course, the sheep are the stars of any sheepdog trial. Without them, obviously, we wouldn't have a game. And I think sometimes these sheep just maybe get a little bit of a diva moment and start to think it is really all about them and make the show a bit more exciting. These 3 are certainly giving our sweeper dog a good time of it. So I think Ken will be fairly happy that he didn't have to end up working those 3, and he'll be taking his spot at the peg again fairly shortly, where they'll release the 3 new sheep for Ken's run. Okay, so we're going to try this again. In a moment they'll release the sheep and get them out to the appropriate position. You can sort of see a cone marked out on the ground where they're aiming to deliver those sheep. And this looks a bit better already. And the judges are satisfied, so they've given the signal for time to start, and Ken sent his dog. So Vern is away on his cast. Ideally, we'd like the dog to get right round to a 12 o'clock position behind those sheep, but in that situation, the sheep had begun to draw towards the eastern side of the ground, so the right thing to do there for the dog was to just stop a little bit short and to cover the head. So out there at the moment is Ken Gelbart from Victoria with his dog Evelingra Vern. And they're from Cape Liptrap in Victoria. They've been trialling for about 15 years and have had some really good success over the last couple of years. They represented Victoria last year at the Ted Gaby Championship in Tasmania. They also came first and second this year in the Victorian State Championships. This particular dog came second in the Victorian State Championships this year, but also won the Victorian Arena Championship in 2019. So Ken and Vern have got the sheep around the peg now. They're making their way towards the first obstacle, which is the gap. They got these sheep round the peg in fairly quick order, so they'll still be working on settling these sheep down. So they've arrived at the gap now, and they would just be looking to deliver the sheep right to the front of the obstacle. Ken won't be rushing anything at this stage. It'll just be gently as it goes. Just trying to show the sheep where the gap is in the obstacle and hope they find their way through. That was well done there from Ken and Vern to get those sheep through the gap, and as they settle things down again and make their way towards the race, I'll be looking to keep the sheep on course, and in this case that means keeping them within a 9 metre corridor which is marked out on the ground. For those of you who are watching on the live stream, the sheep are still about 10 metres away from the corridor and just beginning to make their way now towards the race. So Ken and Vern have been able to settle things down a bit in the last couple of minutes, and they're now placed well in front of the race. The sheep are looking the right way, and hopefully they've spied the big hole in the middle. And they've finally turned and have found the race to run through. Ken will just be making sure they're clear of the obstacle before moving on to the next phase of the course, which will be the walk to the bridge. And away they go and start their walk towards the bridge. So they're making their final approach to the bridge now. They're only about 10 metres away, just outside of the shot. A couple of the sheep have just slipped down past the side of the obstacle, so they just need to roll them back around and get them turning, looking the right way again. The sheep are just standing up to the dog a little here and a bit reluctant to look up the bridge, and they've finally got some movement and some turn. But unfortunately they've come back out past the dog, so they'll have to restart again and put the sheep back inside the mouth of the bridge. They certainly have been a little bit of trouble getting over the bridge in this last hour or so now. See, they were looking up the bridge and had a good view of what was ahead, but they've turned around. Vern had enough presence to just turn them back and push them over the top. So Ken is making his way in fairly quick fashion to the pen. They must be starting to run short of time. There may still be time for him to get these sheep away, but I think he'll have to make sure he gets on his first try and be careful not to lose too many points trying. And unfortunately for Ken and Vern, they've run out of time. It's a shame to get so close and miss out, but they've worked really well and sorted out some fairly difficult moments in that trial. So we'll wait for the score for Ken and Vern. They did have a first round score of 82, which was the top score going in, so we'll wait to see how their second round score sits them in the order. The next competitor up will be Pip Hudson from New South Wales, working his dog Hudson's Derby. They're going in on the second highest score from the first round on 81. So Pip's set up at the peg now and he's just waiting for the release. The sheep are being brought out now on the signal of the judge, and when the judge feels they're happy in position, then he'll signal for time to start. And time is on and Derby is away. So Derby was a little bit tight on the end of the cast there, and the sheep have taking a little bit of a run. And they're making their way towards the peg. They're about halfway up the ground now, just past the cricket pitch, so at this rate they'll be there in no time. So now that they've arrived at the peg, I'm sure that Pip will be looking for every chance he can find to just slow things down and just settle those sheep. The sheep have other ideas and have continued to bubble along the fence there. So with the sheep successfully around the peg now, Pip has begun his walk towards the gap, which is the first obstacle. At this stage of the trial, Pip would still be trying to settle those sheep and just get them accustomed to the dog and take a little bit of the run out of them. Pip is a very experienced trialer, and there's not much in the game that he hasn't done. He's been a past president of the Australian Association. He's been a past patron of the Australian Association. He's captained the Australian team against New Zealand and won. And his greatest achievement was to have won the doubles in a New Zealand TV series. And I'm just old enough to remember that particular series. So now that they've arrived at the gap, Pip and Davia had a bit of a chance to try and settle these sheep. There's still a bit of run left in them. In sheepdog trialling, every competitor starts with 100 points, and as they progress through the course, points will be taken off for the sheep being off course or for various other infractions. Very rarely does a worker achieve a full perfect 100. Well, that is one of the achievements that Pip can claim, having scored a perfect 100 at the Charleville show. And those sheep have found the gap and they're through. Darby's quick to cover. He's got a bit of work to do to just hold these sheep up and bring them back onto course. They're now going to begin their walk towards the race. So we have a few scores in. We have for run number 15 in the top 20, Ken Gelbart working Anaway Dotty. They had a first round score of 70 and a second round score of 37 for a total of 107. Sorry, that was Paul Darmody with Anaway Dotty. And then just then we had Ken Gelbart working Vern. And they had a first round score of 82 and a second round score of 38, giving them a total of 120. So Pip and Darby have got those through the race now. They're headed towards the bridge. These sheep are still providing a fair bit of challenge for Darby. They've never really settled. And some good work there from Pip and Darby to get those sheep up the bridge and over the top, and they're making their way towards home now. And Pip and Darby have been able to move those sheep quietly towards the pen. Unfortunately, one broke around the side, but some good work there. He's been able to roll the sheep around and into the pen. Pip's shutting the gate, and well done, Pip. Congratulations, that was a tough run, but they've made it all the way home, and sometimes that's something to be proud of. It hasn't been easy to do this trial. The sheep have been quite tricky at times, and being able to put them in the pen and shut that gate is something that many people haven't been able to achieve at this trial. So we've got 3 more runs here tonight in the top 20. The next competitor up will be Bill Davidson, working Wetchabella Stormy. They had a first round score of 79. So Bill comes to us here in Strathalbyn from a town near Tamworth in New South Wales called Hallsville. And Bill is a very experienced handler and has won many titles. He's a 2 times Australian representative, and he's won the national trial in Canberra. He's a 4 times New South Wales champion and 3 times represented New South Wales in the Ted Gaby Shield. The dog that he's working now, Stormy, is an 8-year-old Border Collie, and this particular dog has won the New South Wales Championship twice. So the sheep have been released and the judge has signalled time on. Bill's sent Stormy away and she's on her outrun now. He'll be looking for Stormy to get as wide and as deep as possible, which she's done, and now is in a position to be able to quietly come up and introduce herself to the sheep. So they're looking to lift those sheep towards the worker, and they're now drawing back up the ground. The aim here is that they draw in a straight line from where the sheep were originally picked up and lifted all the way back to the peg where Bill is standing. And from the point where they pick the sheep up, there's an imaginary 9-metre corridor, and the sheep need to stay within that imaginary corridor. So if they veer 4.5 metres one way or 4.5 metres the other, then some points will be taken off as they're off course. So it's been a good start for Bill and Stormy. So far they've just been able to progress calmly up the ground. And of course, as I speak, the sheep turn around and start to challenge the dog. Just asking the question whether they can escape and get back up the ground to where they came from. And Stormy's answered that question for now, and the sheep are now headed towards the peg. Once they arrive at the peg, they'll need to go in an anti-clockwise direction around the peg before being allowed to move on to the first obstacle. So the sheep are calmly around the peg now and beginning to make their way steadily towards the gap. been a strong start for Bill and Stormy up to this point. So far the sheep have asked a few questions of the dog, but the dog's been capable of covering everything up until now. And that was well worked, getting those sheep through the gap. Stormy's been able to pick up those sheep just outside of the corridor and bring them back in on course. And then they'll continue their walk steadily towards the race. There was some good work from Stormy just before they got through the gap there before, just using sideways movement to just create a little bit of movement from the sheep without having to pressure them, without having to force them. And it just helps to keep the sheep settled and calm. The sheep just asking a few questions of Stormy at the moment, just wondering if she's strong enough to hold them. And so far she's proven that she is. And work them through the race there nicely. So now they begin their walk towards the bridge. Again, they've tucked the sheep back inside of that corridor quickly and are just continuing their steady walk through the course. So we have a score for Pip Hudson with Hudson's Derby. They had a first round score of 81 and a second round score of 45.5, which gives them a total of 126.5. So Bill Davidson and his dog Stormy are continuing to make their way through this course, and they've done it fairly gently so far with not too many things going wrong. They had a few sheep just run past the obstacle a moment ago, and they've brought them back and setting them up again in front of the mouth of the bridge. The sheep are all facing the wrong way at the moment, so we'll be trying to just roll them around, just getting them to look up the bridge. Sheep won't go where they haven't seen, so I need to just give them a chance to see the way out of the obstacle. So Stormy's applying some good pressure here, and unfortunately things have busted up and they've come out, but they haven't gone far, so they should be able to reset and put the sheep back inside of the obstacle again. And now they're facing the right way, and up and over the top they go. Some wonderful work there from Stormy. So again, they're quick to get hold of those sheep and tuck them back inside of the corridor as they make their way towards the pen. All the while, Bill is making sure to give those sheep plenty of space to keep things calm, keep things relaxed, make sure the sheep still know the dog is there and ready to move them forward, but not rushing anything at this stage. So as Bill steps into the square, he can't move now. It's all down to the dog. Some good work there from Stormy just to gather things up there after a little bit of a moment. The sheep are just still looking the wrong way, so they'll be hoping to just turn the heads and roll them into the pen. A little bit of an impatient dive in there. But it's done the trick, and the sheep are now inside the pen. They're in the back corner, so Bill thinks he's safe to move out and shut the gate, and he has. Congratulations, Bill. Congratulations, Stormy. What a fantastic run, and we look forward to seeing your score. I certainly think that'll be a competitive run at this stage of the championship. So the next competitor up will be Ken Atherton. He'll be working his dog Ramulan Charlie. They had a A great first round as well, scoring 80.5. Ken is from Western Australia. He's a farmer. He started at Yard and Utility Trials in 1985 at a trial at Yayanup, which was run by Doug Connop. And he attributes a lot of his success to the help that he got from Doug Connop when he started in the beginning. And I think that is a common story for a lot of the people from Western Australia. All of his dogs trace back to his foundation bitch, which he purchased in 1988, and he's been breeding his own dogs since then. They're Kelpies from Tony Parsons' Kurrawarra stud in Queensland. And the sheep have been released, and Charlie is on his outrun. This dog tends to run really wide and really deep, which is exactly what we want at this stage of the trial. We don't want to put any extra pressure on the sheep that they don't need. We're going to give them every chance to just settle into the environment and get used to having a dog out there. So Ken and Charlie are off to a really good start now. They've continued to move these sheep gently up towards the peg. So the sheep are just about up to the peg now. just outside of frame if you're watching the live stream. And around they go. So now they're able to start moving towards the first obstacle. Although Ken looks like he's going to take a chance to just settle those sheep before they do start the walk up the other end of the ground. Can be one of the trickiest part of a trial is to change directions and take the sheep back from where they came. They sometimes gain a bit of confidence and want to make a run for it. So things are keeping on steady as it goes for Ken and Charlie now. They're just about up to the first obstacle with a gap. Just beginning to turn the heads and get the sheep to look and see the gap. I think the one here at the back has seen it. Just be a matter of getting him to turn around and lead the way through. The sheep are having a look now and just deciding if they really want to go through there. One of them's fallen through now and just get the last two through. They'll be able to make their way off to the next obstacle. Some really beautiful strong work there from Charlie to back those through that gap. And he's quick to cover and has held them inside the corridor as they make their way towards the race. some lovely work there as Charlie was able to just keep those sheep moving along the corridor just by dancing out off of the front of them and taking the pressure off and letting them walk on. Those sheep have seen the race now and they're through. So Ken will just wait till the sheep are clear of the race now and they'll begin their walk to the bridge. Sheep just got a little bit away there, so Charlie had to go to the front and turn them back towards Ken, and they need to keep them within 9 metres in front or behind at any point around the course. So now as Ken takes up his spot in the set, he'll be looking to bring those sheep just back into the mouth of the obstacle and settle them ready to push them up. So Charlie's just applying a bit of gentle pressure to those sheep now, hoping to turn them round so they can see the mouth of the bridge. And they're in the mouth, they've seen the ramp. And unfortunately one of them's come out, but they haven't gone far though, should be able to push them back up. You can see the sheep are rolling around inside the obstacle there, just not sure which one is going to lead the way up the ramp. So again, a little gentle pressure from Charlie just to encourage one of them to take a step up. This is always a tricky situation with the sheep standing their ground at the bottom of a bridge. The dog hasn't got much choice but to apply some force, but when you apply force to sheep, it's always a risk that they'll come back out over the top, and that's what's happened there. So they've got no choice but to reset, put the sheep back in the obstacle and try it again. Well, they're up the ramp now, so hopefully they'll be able to find a leader ready to go across the top. They are facing the wrong way at this stage. Again, this is a very difficult situation with the sheep now having the high ground. And can gain a lot of confidence over a dog. So Charlie decided to deal with that by just putting in a little nip on the nose. But unfortunately the sheep reacted and came out of the obstacle once again. The sheep seem reluctant to want to go back into the bridge, but Charlie hasn't given them a lot of choice. And out they come again. 2 have gone over the top, 1 has come out. They'll have to try again and reset those sheep in front of the obstacle once more. Just goes to show that in sheepdog trialling you're never really done until you shut the gates, and what looked like a beautiful run there for quite a while has turned into a little bit of trouble there for Ken and Charlie, but they've done a fantastic job to get this far in the trial. So we'll wait for the score for Ken and see how that rates towards the top 10. Things are pretty close in the top 10, and at this stage that the game is wide open for anybody to qualify. We have 1 more dog left to run in the top 20 today. So the next competitor up will be Ed Thompson, working his dog Koshi's Smoky. They had a first round score of 73. So Ed Thompson is a shearer and farmer from Foster in Victoria. He's been trialling for 17 years. And he says that his highlight is representing Victoria in the Ted Gaby Interstate Challenge after 5 years of trialling with his big white dog Mo. So the dog that he'll be taking out there now is Koshi's Smoky. Smoky is an 8-year-old border collie. She is a purebred New Zealand herding dog. So the sheep have come out with a bit of a bounce and a bit of a jump, but they're out and delivered nicely into the middle of the oval. And Smokey's making her outrun. And she's positioned nicely now behind the sheep. The sheep have just drawn gently towards the peg. And they'll be looking to just continue that gentle pace all the way up the ground. And just as I said, the gentle pace, they've taken off up the ground at a fair old speed, so Smokey's had to go and cover those sheep and redirect them back towards the peg. So the goal of the draw, which is bringing the sheep to the worker, is to keep the sheep in as straight a line as possible And we give ourselves a 9-metre corridor to work in. It's an imaginary corridor that's drawn from the place where the sheep are picked up at first. So we need to keep the sheep within a 9-metre corridor from that point, which means that any deviation of 4.5 metres or so either side will result in some points starting to be taken. These sheep are challenging Smokey back up the ground and just testing to see if they can outrun her and get away. Smokey's doing her best to cover at this stage. The sheep are continuing to gain ground on her. Smokey's bringing those sheep back up the ground again for a second time. This time seemingly at a much slower and calmer pace. Still not entirely settled, and one is poking their head around looking for a chance to get away. But so far, Smokey's been up to the task. So Ed and Smoke, you've taken a little bit of time to get these sheep down towards the gap, but they look to be much more settled and ready to work with the dog. And Ed's begun his walk to the gap. Smokey's just trying to bring those sheep back onto course now. So we're almost up to the gap now, and Ed's just about to take his place inside the set. The sheep are coming back onto course now, and Smokey's done a good job of holding those sheep as they continue to try and break away. Do them when we clear the gap. God, she's on. No, she's going to get beaten now. She's done. Big turn tail. No, it wasn't that. She's done a few of those now. So these sheep have challenged Smokey once more, and they've gained a bit more ground on her. So she's got a job to do to bring those sheep back now to the gap to have another go. So Smokey's got those sheep just about back to the gap now, and they'll be looking to just settle them in front of the obstacle and get them through fairly quickly now. There's still a fair bit of time on the clock. There's still more than enough time to complete the course at this stage. And through they go. Some good work from Smokey there. So Smokey blocks those sheep up and tries to bring them back to course. Ed has decided to retire, and he figures that it's not doing the dog any more good to be out there now. So he's given it away, and so he'll receive no points for this run. So we'll be able to confirm the results for the top 10 shortly, but I'll give you the last two scores as they've come in to me. So Bill Davison with Wirtulever Stormy had a first round score of 79 and a second round score of 85.5 to give them a total of 164.5. We also have Ken Atherton with Ramulan Charlie, a first round score of 80.5 and a second round score of 35 to give them a score of 115.5. So to me it looks like Bill Davidson with Wirtulever Stormy will be going through with the lead into the top 10 on 164.5, and we'll confirm the rest of the scores for the top 10 with you shortly.
Okay, so our open top 10 finalists are in for the 2023 Dogpro Plus Strathalbyn Supreme Championship. So first out in the open top 10 will be Barry Knight with Fiesta Jane. They had a first round score of 71, second round score of 56, meaning they're going in on 127. Second is Jim O'Connell with Flowers Griffin. They had a first round score of 71. A run today of 83.5, giving them a total of 154.5. Third out will be Paul Darmody working Z-Free Troy. They had a first round score of 69.5. They had a score today of 62, giving them a total of 131.5. Fourth out will be Milton Cross working Andrina Floss. They had a first round score of 73.5. They had a run today of 49.5, giving them a total of 123. Fifth out will be David Lacey working Acuna Blondie. They had a first round score of 71.5. They had a run today of 52.5, giving them a total of 124. Sixth out will be Tom Joyce working Killera Boone. First round score of 73. They had a run today of 60.5, giving them a total of 133.5. Seventh out will be Ken Gelbart with Evelyn Gravern. First round score of 82. They had a run today of 38, giving them a total of 120. Eighth will be Pip Hudson with Hudson's Derby. First round score of 81. Final run today 45.5, giving them 126.5. Our leader going into the top 10 is Bill Davidson with Wirchillaba Stormy. They had a first round score of 79 and they've had the top score today of 85.5, giving them a total of 164.5. And rounding out the top 10 is Ken Atherton with Ramulam Charlie. They had a first round score of 80.5. They've had a run today of 35, giving them a total of 115.5. So in the morning we'll be starting at 8 o'clock with the third and final round of the Ted Gaby Interstate Challenge. We will then head into the Improver Final. So the first out in the Improver Final will be Rhonda O'Connell with Kamara Quilpie. They had a first round score of 58. Second out in the Improvers will be Barry Knight with Knights Frank after a first round score of 48. Third out will be David Lacey with Akuna Lily after a first round score of 48. In fourth place going out into the Improver Final will be Eileen Moriarty with Riverbourne Fran after their first round score of 71.5. And then the final competitor in the Improver Final tomorrow will be Paul Darmody working Anaway Digger, and they're going in on a score of 58.5. So good luck to all of the Ted Gaby participants tomorrow and to all of the competitors in the Improver and the Open Final at this year's Dogpro Plus 2023 Strathalbyn Supreme Championship.